Crazy, huh? The other day it was like 38, you couldn't get in the melt, all overcast. Today it was 17,
It's gone.
and the sun
Yeah.
melted it off.
Yeah. Good evening. I'll call the Ware Board of Selectmen meeting for January 20th, 2025 to order at 6:31 PM. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Before proceeding with public comment, I'll remind everyone that the Board of Selectmen have three public hearings tonight on the agenda. There was also on the agenda that was published a 6:15 non-public for potential hire. Just wanted to let everyone know that that did not take place and possibly will be rescheduled to next week. So since we primarily are going over the budget and the warrant articles, I'd like to ask that any public comment be limited to non-budget and non-warrant article related things. There'll be plenty of opportunity for you to talk about those as we work through the public hearings. And further, that your comments be limited to 2 or 3 minutes if possible, because as I stated, we do have the 3 public hearings that are supposed to start at 6:45. So, does anyone have any public comment?
Good evening, Richard Butt. I noticed on the agenda you're leaving 5 minutes to discuss the article regarding the public hearing for the fire engine, $1.25 million.
It's for the financing of it, and if we need to go longer, we will go longer.
You'll go beyond,
Yes, the 5 minutes, if
Okay.
necessary.
you talk about financing, it's a decision as to how to finance it?
The public hearing is just for the financing portion. We're not going to talk about whether or not the fire engine, the capabilities of the fire
Yeah, yeah,
engines.
no,
We
no,
can
no,
do
no.
all that when we
That's
get to the
what I
warrant
asked was,
article.
is it a public hearing on a decision to what you're going, how you're going to fund it?
It's to collect input on how to fund it, yes.
And there are 3 different ways to fund it, right?
Yeah, primarily, we're looking at a lease option, and we'll go through that. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, since we have a few minutes, I'll go ahead and do the manifest. I'd like to make a motion to order the treasurer to sign the payroll and accounts payable checks dated January 23rd, 2025 is included in the following manifests. Payroll manifest, $90,481.11. 2024 accounts payable manifest of $54,807.05. 2025 accounts payable manifest of $71,724.91. And John Stark accounts payable manifest of $250,000. And lastly, Ware School accounts payable manifest of $700,000 for a total of $1,167,013.07. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Selectman Bloom. Any discussion? All in favor say yes or yay.
Yes.
Yes. Anyone opposed? Anyone abstain? Motion passes 4-0. Thank you. Anything you guys want to talk about before we could possibly do the IT award? Or open the RFPs for cleaning services?
Well, we want to clean up the IT, or try to, I guess.
Sure. So I looked at them. We had 3 bids that we opened last week, one from GSC, one from Lance Soft, and one from Umbral. The prices per year ranged from $31,800 to $72,864 for the first year. I guess I had no questions specifically about GSC. I did have questions about Lance Soft. It seemed that managing IT was not their core business, and it assumed to me, when I read their proposal, that we have some level of on-site IT support that they hand things off to. So that might be something that would end up costing us more money if we went with them. I don't know what y'all thought about that.
that's the end of that.
Okay. And then Umbral, they were the 31,800 quote. They did quote some extra add-ons, which I believe we need. Security Operations Center, Accent Recover, and some Microsoft licensing. So the Microsoft licensing, is that paid out of a different budget line item? Okay, so those are allocated directly to the departments?
They are in, I don't remember what line item, but that's the one that talks about the emails and the,
Yeah.
yep.
Because
They
that was,
hosted email townwide. There's a lot of stuff that gets stuck into that.
okay.
And they're our current provider that.
They
and
are.
That's the current rate they're charging right
Yeah.
this year, correct?
Yeah, and it's flat for 3 years. GSC was also flat, and Lancesoft started at 72, escalated to 75.6 and 79,380. So,
Well, out of all things to do with the town, this is probably the least expertise I have. You three are better qualified, but I haven't heard a ton of negative stuff about the current vendor, and, you know, they're less than half of everybody else, unless there's a, you know, something terrible I don't know about, I'm not sure. I just would be inclined to vote for, continue on with Umbrella, I guess.
That's about where I am.
Even if we do a lot of add-ons, it's gonna not add up to quite that much.
Because the next cheapest was what again? I had my notes, I must have left them at home, but,
72,000.
yeah, so.
Yeah. A lot
Lots.
more.
I haven't heard any particular complaints about Umbro.
I think I'd characterize them as being very responsive, based on what I've heard.
Actually, you were here Friday.
Yeah, I was here Friday when he came running in the office. I mean, I wasn't here when he ran in, but as he was here,
I was actually, I had a Beth sign something, and I wasn't even, yeah.
yeah.
I always saw him to be that way when I worked here, so, again, I don't know the, the work very well, but, what he has to do, but he seems to be responsive.
Okay. Okay, so I'd accept a motion then to award the 3-year contract, which would run from February 1, 2025 through December 31, 2027 for managed IT services to Umbral. And the funds for that come out of the general operating budget. Would anybody like to move that? Cost is $31,800 annually, if I didn't say that.
I guess just to, may I clarify? So does that include the add-ons you listed?
It does not.
So how would we cover those?
I would think the add-ons would have to come out of the individual budgets,
Okay.
operating budgets.
So we're gonna do this and then those separately?
Which is what we've done with him along, because if you look at the police department or fire or anybody, we added a server and some other things along the way.
Okay, well, then, so moved.
Okay.
Second?
Moved by Selectman Bloom, seconded by Selectman Drury. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say yes or yea. Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? Anyone abstain? That motion passes 4-0-0. And regarding the add-ons that come out of the individual department line items, I believe that is the Security Operations Center software, which is 58 times $5 for $290. Accent Recovery, I'm not sure of the quantity. It says per server. We have 3 servers and 8 virtual servers, so I'm not sure if that's 3 or 11. Those are $100 a piece. And Microsoft licensing, which was noted on page 8 of his proposal. There was kiosk, EOPI, apps for business, Bendis Standard, and Proofpoint, which come up to possibly up to another $1,000. So if you add the Microsoft and the Security Operations Center and Axient, I think that's approximately $1,560 a month. Did I get that correct? It's on page 8.
Of which document?
Of the Umbral, I'm not sure which one, it would have been the one that had the proposal in it.
When I load the RFP proposal doc on my phone, it has 3 pages. Can't say for sure.
Do you have a copy by any chance?
No, I can go up and get it. They were on thumb drives and I sent them to you guys.
Yeah, I just didn't know, I don't have a,
I can go get it if you want.
let me see if it's in my thing to pull up.
Oh, it was in the SLA agreement.
Okay.
Agreement. Yeah. So Microsoft licensing kiosk, 53, $2 per user per month. EOP 1, 8 of those, 4 per user per month. One app for business, $8.30. Business standard, 38 of those, $12.50 per user per month. Proofpoint, 94 of those, $4.13 per user per month.
Okay. Does anyone want to motion that?
Do we need to?
I don't think you do.
Okay. All right. I think we're done with that then.
Because through the year, he's gonna do some other things too as things crop up, so.
Okay. Okay, I have 643. So Beth, are you about ready? We can start getting,
We're gonna do the grant first, right? 645 is the hazmat
Yeah.
grant.
yeah. Okay. So the first public hearing is to hear testimony and comment on the acceptance of a New Hampshire Department of Safety grant to update the town of Ware's hazard mitigation plan. The total of this grant is $12,000, and the trigger for requiring a public hearing, I believe, is $10,000. The federal portion of the grant is $9,000, and the local cost share would be $3,000. So I'd like to recognize Chief Rourke to overview the grant, and then I'll open it up to public comment. So I'll officially open the hearing at 6:44 PM. Chief?
Good evening. The hazard mitigation plan grant was actually submitted a couple of years ago, and the state just advised us that we are at that point where we have to do something with it, and I was unaware of that. The grant from the people who were doing the emergency operation plan from is going to be the same people who are going to be having the hazard mitigation plan being done. And this will be a lot easier because it was updated more recently than the emergency operation plan, which was years old. So this, we're kind of on track for this one. But this also is required by us to have a valid one. And it also, this is another leg that's going to help us when, especially the police department and ourselves, we start going for other grants and stuff like that. this needs to be in place. And the town share portion of that, there's really no monetary. It's gonna be, between the members of the board, town administrator, myself, police department, different department heads. We are gonna be in meetings, and that is gonna end up being the cost share on that. So it's not really a dollar amount that we have to come up with for that.
It's time.
It's your time, it's our time that we have to put in for that.
Any questions for Chief Rourke before we open to public comment?
I had two questions. So, the first one, I guess we got the paperwork to review earlier. Let's see, so section 2 of the grant agreement says services to be performed, the state of New Hampshire acting through the agency identified in block 1.1, that's Homeland Security, engages contractor identified in block 1.3, and the contractor is throughout, but that is, it's listed as, 1.3 is actually subrecipient name, town of Ware, but then contractor is used throughout this entire document with a bunch of obligations of, I don't know that any of it's unreasonable, but, you know, as far as like insurance is being provided, and if anything goes wrong, kind of it's on the contractor to sort out. So, and then, is it, I guess I'm seeking clarification on, are we as town obligated to fulfill every place that contractor shows up in this agreement? Or if we contract the work out, does that actually fall on the contractor? And I question that especially because, I didn't note the number, but there's a section down below that says the work can be done by a subcontractor, but doesn't have to be. It could be done directly by the subrecipient. So,
Well, the contractor will be whoever we choose to do the plan.
I agree that that makes sense, but that's not what it actually says in the agreement.
Because we have to sign, we have to accept this first, and then we get a contract that's what my understanding was from the state.
Yeah, I guess I would just, if there's any way to get some clarification that is the town of Ware, because it says contractor in block 1.3, 1.3 says town of Ware, are we, in the state's eyes, the contractor? And then it's on us to find a subcontractor, which is, there's a provision for that down below. And then, would we be on the hook to pass these obligations down to the subcontractor, and would the state care? So I don't wanna obligate us to, 11 pages of requirements, without understanding that we are doing that to the town rather than the contractor, what we would consider
Gotcha.
the contractor.
I would have to call the state. I don't know that off the top of my
And
head.
again, I agree that what you're saying should be how it's done, but I just wanna make sure the state agrees.
Yeah, I mean, when I talked to the people at the state, and then I talked to, the lady that's actually, again, doing our emergency operation plan, that's just what she had told me. So I'm just passing along what information that I got, but I can ask that specifically and let you know.
The other question I had was, again, I didn't note the section that requires it, but we are required to submit quarterly reports. I'm trying to skim, I'm not finding it. So I guess in your mind, who would be responsible for submitting those reports from our side?
Whoever, I would think on the board would probably be myself. When we have our meetings, I'm assuming that our quarterly report would be that, unless you're talking about something else.
No, I have no reason to disagree with that. I just want to make sure everybody, before we get to and it's supposed to be done quarterly, and it says you have 14 days, or maybe it says 2 weeks, after the end of each quarter to submit it. So if we find ourselves in the middle of April and they didn't do it, we're all looking at each other thinking everybody else is going to do it.
Yeah, no, I would imagine once this started and we started to have meetings, I would imagine that people would know there's certain responsibilities of who's doing what, because it's gonna be a collaborative effort amongst all of us to get it done in a timely manner,
But you do see yourself kind of taking point.
unless you want to do
I
it.
don't, I just
So,
want to say it out
I
loud,
will,
everybody
then,
understands what we're
then,
getting
then,
into.
then I will do it. I don't have any problems doing that and submitting that to them in a timely fashion.
Okay, that's everything I have.
Anything else for Chief? No? I'll open it up to public comment now.
I guess the last update, or maybe the first update was in 2019. The chief indicated that it's been updated since and it shouldn't be too much work to do. I read through about 150 pages of that document. Some of it applies to where 60% of general descriptions of hail and earthquakes and stuff. But there are specific items on that list. I think Selectman Knapp attended those sessions. I think it was done by the Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission. I have a couple of questions. One, what's the why is it, the $12,000 that guarantees where'd that number come from? I mean, if our plan has been updated on a regular basis, that's what I thought I heard, and he indicated there shouldn't be that much work to do. I don't understand where the $12,000 came from, outside of the fact it's a grant, and here's some money for you to do with it. Is that money automatically gone? We agree, and we're gonna pay somebody $12,000, and we don't know who it is, I guess. It could be Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission, he did it last time. So I'm questioning the $12,000, what's that get us? Do we have to spend the $12,000 to update a page? Which may be the case. The last document, the last update, it had a lot of bullet items. Things like putting a generator in at the transfer station, and buying some electronic signs, putting some culverts in, doing some work for erosion control to prevent flooding or whatever. And I just wondering, any of those things done? Were they incorporated through the planning board into new subdivisions? Because to be honest, I haven't heard it. And my sense is, and only because I'm on the outside looking in, this is a document that's going to sit in the bottom of the shelf until the federal government says you need to update it and here's some money to do it. So, I guess, you get my questions? I don't know.
Why 12,000, and was the plan from the last update actually implemented?
Were those things implemented? Why is it $12,000? If we have the plan already updated according to what was said, been updated, how much more needs to be updated? It seems to be pretty basic, but, thanks.
Frank Campana. As with most grants, they come with strings attached to them. So I'm wondering if this is approved, and what is going to be the cost to the taxpayer when this organization with this new plan is saying, well, I heard the last speaker give an example of a generator for someplace, culverts for someplace else. So what cost do you think might be, or the person that applied for the grant, I guess, you know, what costs are going to be passed on to the taxpayer to keep this plan up to date, or more specifically, the requirements of the plan? So it's not a freebie. It's going to have strings attached, and those strings are going to be in the budgets forever and ever.
I know last time we updated, or we made it, I guess, those things like the generator and the culverts, those were just part of a we should plan. It didn't mean that we had to go budget the next year for the generator for the transfer station per se, because, for instance, they don't have one yet. So I'm not sure if that was your question. It's not telling us, that plan's not telling us we have to do those things. It's
Recommendations.
just recommendations. Not sure why it's so much money, and it shouldn't be. I mean, Jay updates a little bit of his, and every department updates a little bit of theirs. It shouldn't be nothing like when we put it together.
No,
but-
and
but
when we
you
put it
do gotta
together
have it.
last time, we all sat in the same room, we looked at what was there, and over time, you know, we talk about the 100-year flood that happened back to back, you know
Right.
what I mean? So, there's things happen that change, which is why you sit down and revise the plan. Did we have an area of town that took it harder than others in a flood season or wind or something like that? So we all sit down and make the best we can recommendations and update it, which is what I anticipate us doing again, is getting together with highway, fire, police, and everybody and doing the same thing. We'll take a sections, and if you remember, we met more than once.
Oh, we met
We
quite a
met
bit.
several times.
But there's some things that we did get, they did get electronic signs, some of those culverts replaced. I'm not sure the answer to the question how the 12 grand got pulled out of the air,
No,
but
well, if we don't have any other public comment, I'll ask Chief to come back up and answer that. Oh, wait a minute. Go ahead.
Well, I appreciate the answer, and I understand the answer, but if the suggestion is in there, in the plan to, suggest to do something, and that something is not done, maybe it's a culvert that causes, the only thing I can think of, a culvert that causes a neighborhood flooding, could there be, the people that it affects in that area, could they get together and say, well, here's a plan that the town had, and they said, we should have had a culvert here, now our houses are flowing down the stream, so is there a question of liability that the town might assume by, people that are affected by something that was not done according to the, not suggested by the plan? So, again, grants are grants, and they're great, I guess, but it's the obligation after. And I guess I neglected to ask, if the town is matching, coming up with $3,000, it's not a match, but where is that money going to come from?
As we stated earlier, it's just labor. There is no financial dollar outlay. It's labor, time to review and update the plan from our standpoint.
Okay, so these people, these people aren't getting paid for the labor?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so there's,
not over and above.
But not over and above their normal duties.
oh, okay.
So any of us that attended,
Pardon
you
me?
sign in, and any of you that attended, if you're there for 2 hours.
Yeah,
If there's me, Jason, the fire chief, and others, then you take our wage times 2 hours, and that's how you keep track of your $3,000.
okay, I see. I did
It's just
understand
taking away
that.
from your day.
Yeah, you're right, right,
Yeah.
right. So it's incorporated in their ordinary pay then, I guess?
Yes, you have to sign in and sign out and keep
Sure.
track.
Okay, thank you.
I thought that was a very good point. One of the things I remember that was in there, and you'll remember this, they wanted to put another road in from the highway department out to 77, I believe it was. That was one of the, I guess you could call them suggestions. If this is what we think you should do and there's no obligation, no liability, then what's the purpose of the document? We don't have to follow anything. So I'm questioning whether the document's ever been used. He said it's been updated. That's great, I guess. I think this is something we can do internally. I don't think there's anything unique out there that we'd have to worry about from 2019. I think we could sit down and do it. I don't think we need a facilitator and pay them $9,000 or $10,000 or whatever to come in and chair he had 4 public meetings when this was done in 2019. I think it's done. I think the framework's there. I don't think much has changed in this town. The rivers are where they are, the roads are where they are. There've been new developments. This hazard mitigation plan, if it was put into effect, it should have been used as a guide, I guess, during the creation of those developments. I doubt if they were. But to me, it's a bureaucratic document that's going to sit on the shelf. Thanks.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, the hazard mitigation plan, the town needs to have that done. If there was any kind of natural disaster or anything like that, that is how the town gets reimbursed. We would not get reimbursed if we did not have that in place. It's a federal guideline or federal law that you have to have that. So whether we take the grant or, I'm not so sure I have the time to sit down and go through the entire thing myself. Again, I think that by sitting down over a period of 10 years, I believe anyways, I mean, I've been here long enough, I think I've seen the town grow. There's different developments in that weren't there 10 years ago, different population that are there wasn't there 10 years ago. And again, reading through it, yes, there's again suggestions on culverts, how stuff is going to be mitigated, things of such. One of them on our side was the Emergency Operations Center. So when I read through that, that was one of the things that they suggested. And again, did it cost money? Yeah, everything costs money. And you're improving the town, you're improving the safety, you're improving our reaction to some kind of natural disaster if we have to go to something. You say the book sits on the shelf? Yeah, it does. And that's our insurance, the town's insurance policy, and it makes all of our jobs a lot easier when something happens and I could pull that document off the shelf and open up to a page and start working out of that, because I know what every department head is going to be doing or what task they're taking over. Or is there a new hazard in town that wasn't there 10 years ago that, yeah, maybe that's something, a suggestion that maybe we need to address that in the next 10 years. Nothing is in concrete in that. Again, I did look and I saw like a couple culverts. I didn't pay attention to that because that's not my department. Mine was the EOC and the fire, and that was one of the things they suggested, was to upgrade the EOC or to at least start to develop that. And that's what I have done on my side.
The question was also why is it 12,000? What drove the number of 12?
That's what was issued to us by the state of New Hampshire. I guess I don't have that answer. I'd have to call the state of New Hampshire and find out if that's like a population-driven thing, or, other communities that are more populated would get more money to do their plan. I'm not sure. Again, this was actually, I believe, done by Chief Vizina a couple of years ago. So this has been a couple of years in the process before I got here. So I just got an email saying, hey, you got to do something with this before you lose it. And if we lose it, then we're going to have to come up with the whole money, all of it ourselves, and try to fund that. Because again, it has to get done. And because if something was ever to happen, we would not get reimbursed by the federal government at all. So we have to have the plan updated.
Yes, would it make sense to continue to next week to get some answers?
I was going to suggest that, yeah. Because I think your questions are not something we can answer tonight, at least the first part of it. Any objection? Okay. All right, well then I'll motion that we continue the discussion related to the NH Department of Safety grant for the hazard mitigation plan to next week, which is 1/27/2025.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Yes.
Yes. Did I hear you?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I just didn't know if I didn't hear it.
No.
Okay, that motion passes 4-0-0. Okay,
It does include the implicit, now explicit expectation that there were a handful of questions about subrecipient versus contractor. Where did the $12,000 number come from? Did any of the work from the last document get implemented? What additional cost to taxpayers if the plan has requirements?
Only thing I'd say to you, second to last question, is I think, I mean, you could probably guess some of it, but that's what part of that process would determine.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, and I can take a note to ask at the upcoming planning board meeting if it was taken into account with any recent subdivisions.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we'll close that discussion at 7:06 PM. And that will be on the agenda for next week. Okay, so at 7:06 PM, I'll move on to public hearing number 2. This is to hear public testimony and comment on the proposed financing of the $1.25 million lease purchase bond/note for a new fully equipped fire engine. I'm not sure, Beth, if you're taking the lead or if Chief Warwick is on this one, but you can overview what the financing is. After that, I'll open it up to public comment, and as I stated earlier, this is going to focus only on the financing details of the engine. If you have any other comments regarding the engine itself, whether or not it's needed, the right engine, all those kind of questions, if you could please defer those until we get to the warrant, which is coming up in the next public hearing. So, Beth, you look like you were taking the lead, so.
If we're just going to discuss the financing of the fire engine. So what we did was we looked at the CIP spreadsheet for the fires, special revenue fund, and how we're going to be able to afford a fire engine plus additional items that are on the spreadsheet. So the engine's gonna cost $1.25 million. So we're gonna finance, we're going to put $1 million down, and then we're gonna finance the additional $250,000. I did receive one quote for 4.64%. So with the $1 million down, we'd be making 3 additional payments of $89,428. That's just from the quote, would have to go out to bid if this is approved. And with doing it that way, we're still able to keep that fund in a positive number.
And the fund specifically you're referring to is?
The Fire Department Vehicle and Equipment Special Revenue Fund.
And what is the balance in that fund right now?
Right now, it's $1,001,376.
1137?
1,376. I still have to
and the
do some
following 3
transfers.
payments would come out of the same.
Yes, yeah. It's just lease payments. They'll just come out of that fund in 2026, 2027, and 2028.
Okay. So what approximately goes into that fund on a yearly basis, dollar-wise?
Approximately about 250 to 290 right now, thousand. And what comes out of it is the billing comes out of that. And if we need to do any refunds to the insurance company or the patient, that will also come out, but
And what have the outputs been on average the last few years?
for the billing, about 16,000. It's 6% of the revenue that they collect. We do have an ambulance billing company, and that's how they get paid. They get paid 6% of the revenue they collect.
So based on your projections, the payments of 89,428 and everything else that we're planning on buying does not put that fund in a negative balance
Correct.
ever?
Correct. Correct.
Meaning through the life of the 3-year financing?
Out 5 years, I don't see a negative in that account.
Any questions for Administrator Rouse?
I'm not gonna find it very quickly, but the draft language we had on the warrant article, it only specifies 1.25 million when the true cost is going to be higher than that with the lease agreement.
Because of interest?
Yes, so,
Yes, so I think it's 1 million, and we're gonna finance the 250.
yep.
So does the
Where is it?
language need to be adjusted for interest? Is, I think, the gist of
We
your
are
question.
raising and appropriating more than 1.25 million.
Well, we took out, because it did at one point had the payments of 89,428, but we don't know what those payments will be because of the interest. So we did take that out and just said that we're financing the 250. Again, the warrant article will have to go to town council and DRA, but I do understand what you're saying, but you're just gonna enter an agreement for 250 and those payments, with the payments to be expended. But we can,
I think at a minimum, it should include some language that says, something about cost above and beyond. Because this is the cost for the engine, but there is an additional cost for the actual financing.
the financing cost. I don't think we've ever included the interest in any bond or lease purchase warrant article, but we can say like 250 with the payments to be expended annually to include interest. We don't know what it's gonna be, so it has to be some certain in the warrant article, and without that number that we know. So we could say, yeah, we can do it without doing a some certain. We don't know what the interest is gonna be, so we can say with the payments to include interest to be expended annually.
I think a financing agreement, maybe I'll go out on a limb here, but a finance agreement usually is not 0%, so. I'm just saying, I don't know what the answer is. We've done it this way. We looked up 2015 when we did the ambulance this way.
Yeah.
We didn't include the interest because we don't know where we're gonna borrow the money. We could get them to sharpen their pencil after.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We did the same thing with the road
Yeah.
bond, we did the same thing with the DPW garage.
Now, I'm assuming this
But this-
1.25 was a quote. The engine's gonna go to bid also,
Could
right?
come in less, right?
The engine's gonna go out to bid, correct? So possibility it could be less than 1.2.
This doesn't come out of the general fund, so this has to be authorized from this particular vehicle fund.
Right.
So,
I just was making sure that it was a quote, not, we're still sending that out to bid also.
Oh, yes, yes. So we can draft it, we can submit
We're still gonna get
both ways.
legal and DRA to say yes or no, and I think that we'll have to see what they do, just so that it's legal. I don't have that answer. All we did was take the 2015 article when we did the ambulance that way and it's kind of clunky, because when we did the ambulance, we didn't have any down payment. So we did the down payment, and then we did the second half of the article the same way we did with the ambulance. And we had to go find a lease company to do the ambulance for 5 years.
But I do think that I will submit the article to say with the payments to include interest to be expended, and just see what,
You say to additionally include, so it doesn't sound like that number is inclusive of the interest.
additionally include interest.
Thank you.
okay. Any further questions for Administrator Rouse? Okay, I'll open it up to public comment.
Richard, I don't have the agenda in front of me, but I thought the agenda had outlined 3 potential ways of financing this. Have you already decided this is the way you're gonna go?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
He said that he thought the warrant article, or the agenda rather, not the warrant article, the agenda outlined 3 potential ways to go. Have we decided that it's a lease payment?
Well, we threw in, it says lease, purchase, bond, note, hearing. I mean, you can do any one of those 3. The reason you're having the public hearing is because you're tying yourself to a future payment of over $100,000 total borrow. That's why we're doing the public hearing.
Right, but I think his comments, the
Yeah,
question
I
is
don't know.
still valid.
Oh, it's still valid, yeah. I don't know what we're going to do. We're looking at lease purchase. I don't want to see, I don't think we'll do a note, a bond, a note lease purchase.
Yeah. Beth, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I was just looking at the email I got from the bank. So when I reached out to the bank, I explained what we were trying to do, and he came back with a capital lease purchase option.
So, is that, I don't understand, really. I think it's misleading, the agenda. Apparently, you've already decided. What about a bond for the entire amount? Is that an option? Here's what I'm concerned about, is that I know there'll be money in that fund, but not a lot of money over a 3-year period. We're depleting it, we're taking $1 million out of it. There's about $100,000 plus in there now. I understand every year they take between $250,000 and $300,000 in ambulance billing. And just take $90,000 or $80,000 a year for the next 3 years off of that. My concern is 5 years from now, 4 years from now, 3 years from now. There's a new ambulance being planned, I believe it's in '27, I believe. Unfortunately, we don't have the spreadsheet from the CIP, which gives you an 8-year window to look at, not only for the fire department, but for other major purchases. And the intent there was trying to balance out the tax rate. And we don't have that available to us. So what is the impact going to be on the ambulance? So we're not going to have any money available, I'm assuming, to purchase an ambulance in '27. Now, maybe we're going to do a lease purchase then, and, you know, if that's the plan, I'd like to know that's the plan. We've done that before. I think we might have done a lease purchase on an ambulance at one point. I think we've also purchased the ambulance. But I just like to see what the plan is. To me, it's kind of a reaction to the need to buy a fire engine without planning for the next 3 or 4 years. There's a significant amount of money coming in through ambulance billing, and the intent was to use that money to purchase vehicles in the future. If you're looking at a bond for 5 years or whatever, I mean, you're taking less of your principal out of the account, right? You're still paying a significant amount yearly, but that yearly amount may equal to the amount of revenue they're pulling in a given year. I think the $1 million, the last bond that was $1 million was the highway garage,
Road bond?
a road bond, that was for $1 million.
2.5.
The road bond was higher, the DPW garage was closer to this.
To the million, yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, we have one more payment in '26.
Yeah, that'll be paid off. You're familiar with that. But when you look at the amount that's coming out of that's being paid on an annual basis for that bond, I believe, and I could be wrong by a significant amount, if I was in the $120,000 range, 140, maybe 200, you know, as you get further into the bond, you're paying less on the interest and more towards the principal, so the numbers seem to fluctuate a little bit and get better the longer the bond's out there. But, I mean, I hate to just go and not consider a bond. It's a significant purchase. When we purchased the highway garage, that was a significant number. With the road bond, that was a significant number. And those, to the best of my knowledge, were bonded. Those are the only 2 bonds we're carrying right now.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I don't see anything wrong with the bonds. Generally, the interest rates on bonds are pretty good. I'm concerned about keeping the asset that we have in there now, the $1 million, keeping it in there in case we do have to buy an ambulance, which we will have to buy an ambulance, and use a portion of that to offset that cost, and then look another 3 years ahead to see what's coming down. So I don't like to look at this as just a single purchase. I think there are other factors that need to be considered as to how you're going to finance it.
I think the $140,000 he's talking about is the highway bond. And that was 10 years. I don't know if they're gonna finance a fire truck for 10 years, just like putting a car. I don't know. I'm not sure.
I think it was, 1.25 million versus 250,000.
So this is the CIP going out to 2029. This was the balance I told you that we're gonna have at the end of '24. So here's the engine with the 3 payments going out to '26, '27, '28. In 2025, the fire department is proposing a fire engine for 1.25, and then 45,000 for Lucas's, 2 of them, for CPR. We did the 3 years because we want to make sure that we stay positive going out. The ambulance is in here for the car, 2028 if needed is out there. Air packs out in 29. So we want to make sure this stays positive. So they look at this and they see their needs and they plug it into the CIP spreadsheet.
And is that the same thing that everybody's looking at that has
Yeah.
a handout?
Yeah.
Okay.
I only need a few. How many do you have left?
No, I just wanted to make sure
Okay.
that was, everybody could see what you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, obviously with the balance that we're looking at, estimated for the end of '25, we could increase the down payment, but this is an estimate on what we're gonna receive, so it's 5% more than we got this year. Just wanna stay in the positive.
Questions? Okay.
Neil Kirk, Mount Dearborn Road. I have 2 points I'd like to make. One of the advantages of bonding this entire amount is that the people who pay for it are the people who are going to use it. If you take $1 million out of this fund, all of us who have been here for a number of years have been contributing to this fund, not directly, but it would have gone into the general fund but for this special fund, and it would have lowered our taxes. So we gave up those lower taxes and put the money into this account. Going into the future, if you put $1 million down, we're paying for this, and the people who are going to benefit from it are ourselves if we're here, but all of the people who move into town and don't have to pay because it's already been paid for, or at least $1 million of the $1,250,000 has been paid for. So from a fairness point of view, bonding all of these big things is a way of making sure that the people who benefit from it are those people who pay for it. Second point, this is a controversial purchase, regardless of how it's financed. And I wonder if we can keep options open, and I don't know if this is a possibility, but I'm putting it out on the table. If we make a very small, hopefully refundable deposit, giving us time to determine whether this is the best thing for us, and putting off an ultimate decision on whether we actually buy this or do something else to some future date. I don't know if that's possible, but a refundable deposit is frequently done in a whole variety of areas. Whether it's done on fire trucks, I don't know. Thank you.
I was wondering, apparently everything's been done tonight based on this method of payment, which I wasn't aware of. I thought it was several options. I'm assuming every board member is aware of that as well. But I'd like to see the same chart put out there for a bond, whether it's 5 or 10-year bond. The thing that's missing from here are all the other departments that make significant purchases, like the highway department. When I was on the CIP, we would look at the following 2 or 3 years. We defer buying something, maybe this year, buy it next year, it was an empty year. We'd move things around to try and balance, and I know that's been done. We don't have that. We don't know what the plans are, well, we do, but we have to put them all together for the highway department. And the police department, not quite as significant in terms of cost per item, but the highway department certainly is. So it's kind of missing from this chart. I understand what it's done, but I'd like to see one done for bond, whether it's a 5-year or 10-year bond, what the cost would be to the town over that period of time, and what would be the balance in that account. For some of the other items that seem to pop up now and then, because it's not just vehicle, it's also for equipment.
Frank Campana. Certainly not being a financial wizard. A couple of weeks ago, on the 13th, there was a proposal by the fire department to increase pay and ambulance use as the ambulance gets used. And it was an increase, I'm keying in specifically on the ambulance rate, because the ambulance rate is what goes into the revolving fund. So I'm not accusing anybody, but certainly the possibility is there for this type of financing for over $1 million to increase the ambulance rate as a means of getting a little bit more money into that fund. So that's my concern, is that it's, you know, it's a way of increasing that fund through the ambulance rate, which has already been, I guess, approved as of the 13th.
Yeah, John Lawton, Oak Hill Road. I'm looking at this chart here, and I noticed that every year you do a 5% increase. Could you tell me on what figures that 5% is figured on? That seems pretty aggressive. I don't know, over a 10-year period, it seems like we would double the amount of money we take in. Is that based on what we charge, or is on the usage of the ambulance, or how are they figuring the 5%? Do you have any idea?
The 5% annual increase is based on past history. We did past history.
Is that based on the number of runs or on the amount you're charging?
Well, the level of runs, is the number of runs included, or is just the level of care on the runs that has? The level of care. We used to have a lot of basics on our ambulance. Now we have advanced and paramedics, so more care is provided.
But do you think that's aggressive to keep that 5% going year after year after year?
Actually, I think it's conservative. Yeah.
Don't you think at some point you reach a point where people say, I'll take my car or something, or? I mean,
Can't answer that.
if this rate continues, this number is gonna double within like 2 more years out here, you know?
Yeah, we keep an eye on it, so I mean, if, let's just say, next year it goes down, we'll obviously keep an eye on that, and we won't do a 5% annually, you know, based on what
Yeah, but we
past
don't-
history.
All these figures are based on the 5% increase, so if it doesn't make 5%, all
Well,
these
that's
figures are
why,
wrong.
that's why I don't want to have this number low. Like I said earlier, we could take out 1.2 million, because we have enough, but let's be conservative, because we're not sure what that number's gonna be. So, we're being conservative.
The other thing is this number, is that in an interest-bearing account?
Correct. Yeah.
So that's what, 40, 50,000 a year, or?
Yeah, and what you see that's hidden is actually the interest that this fund makes. So if you do the math that you see here, it doesn't come out to that, because there is an interest that I just tied.
Okay,
So
so
that
the
the math
difference
is
between
correct.
these two numbers and this number is the
It's
interest?
gonna be the interest, yeah. Yep. And that's hard to, you know,
I
what
just
the
thought
interest is gonna
it's a
be, I
little more
can't
aggressive.
look at that in a 5-year. I just wanted to clarify, a previous speaker was talking about the ambulance rate that was mentioned last week. I wanna say last week. That was just for fire details. That has nothing to do with the ambulance fund. That's just if the ambulance goes out for a detail, then we charge the vendor the use of the ambulance. But that goes into the general fund. That does not go into this fund.
Thank you.
Perhaps off topic, where does that money go for the ambulance?
She just stated it goes into the
Oh, I
general
didn't
fund.
see it. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Ricky Hipple, Quaker Street. Last year, Selectman Knapp brought up to the point that, you know, that it was gonna leave the fund pretty slim, if not in the negative, for the ambulance at the next rotation. I still feel this leaves it low. If you look at the 2027, it leaves 94,000 in the account after the expenditures, after the ambulance. Last year, it was proposed $1 million for the engine. This year, it's 1.25, that's 20%. You put 20% on an ambulance in 27, and it leaves that in a negative. So, I still think that $1 million principal is a large drop, whether it's 600,000 principal, initial 700, a different number. I just think $1 million's a little bit steep, not knowing where 27 is gonna land. And then the chief does say right at the bottom, this is reasonable assumptions, but it was 20% this year for the engine. What's to say it's not gonna be 20% for the ambulance in 2 years?
So just a comment on Ricky's question that he had on that. I had called a couple of ambulance vendors and told them we're looking to purchase an ambulance, or we're gonna be looking to purchase an ambulance in 2027, and what figure should I be looking at? And all of them gave me in that $500,000 range of what they predict. Now, no one has a crystal ball. I don't know what's gonna happen in 3 years or 2 years or 5 years, but that's what a bunch of, at least 3 manufacturers told me, that it was gonna be, and they were all within $20,000 of each other. I didn't do that, Beth. I swear. I didn't do it. It would shut off by itself. Don't, oh my God. It's back up. Gotcha.
Your magic.
So, that is an accurate as can possibly be, I guess, from the manufacturers. Again,
And how long ago was that conversation?
a month ago, a month and a half ago, in that ballpark. Because I actually called, because the lead time on, again, once you order an ambulance, you don't put any money down on it. And it's the same way with the engine. I mean, if this does go through, and the day you say yes, or no, but the day you say yes, yeah, we enter into a contract, but technically, we're not paying anything out until that engine drives up in the driveway, and then you gotta write them a check. So, there's 3 years now that stuff's taken to build. The ambulances are about two years, maybe a little over that, for a build time. So, there's time in there that money's gonna be just sitting in there also. And I would say that, the 94,000 on year 2027, 94,492, is that a lower number compared to the rest of it? Yes, but going out and that's why we do the CIPs, is we go out and we figure out what equipment we need to have and what we need to purchase. As you can see, in 2026, we're $45,000 for ventilators. This isn't stuff that we just sit down and throw a dart at. It's thought out, it's processed, and there's a method to what we're doing here, to make sure that the town is adequately covered, we have proper equipment, and that there's still some money left in there. And again, this fund is paid for by ambulance billing. So the money that goes into that fund is what money we collect from ambulance billing. And again, there would be no tax impact on this. So we're just asking to withdraw that money.
Any other public comment? Okay. Okay, close the public comment portion at 7:35. Does the board have any follow-up questions for Administrator Rouse or Chief Warwick?
The interest around 10 grand on this year, Beth? I can't see it very good, and
What was the question?
the interest on what it gained this year?
She hid that column.
I know, I just tried to do the math like she said, but I was listening not good enough.
So the interest on the quote I
But yeah,
received?
what did we make interest this year?
Incoming interest into the fund.
With the line that you've got hidden, the interest
okay.
income.
If only I had this computer here to have that information.
So many words, there's interest, Nope, wrong one. No. Not that one, that one. There's it. 25,687.
I come up with half that for some reason, so I knew I wasn't doing something right, so thank you.
Yep.
And that'll significantly go down once you pull $1 million out.
Yeah.
So it's not 25.
I don't know what the interest rate's gonna be.
Yeah.
I guess my point asking was that, the point being maybe at least 2 years for the trucks, we'll gain,
Another
we'll
25.
be gaining, another 50,000 on today's money till we write the check for it. And it's gonna keep growing, so.
True.
That was my concern last year, that would be zero and in the negative, and I don't think as much explanation got put into it. This is a plan that got put together a long time ago, I think it was by Chief Fazina, and it's been carried through as a pretty precise plan, and I guess I trust if Beth thinks there's gonna be enough in it, and the chief thinks he's gonna be able to carry out his future needs, then, we ask these guys to put together a real comprehensive plan, and we throw it in the wind, I guess I don't know why we'd ask them to do it, so. I do hear what they said about the bond. I guess we were trying to hope we were paying some of our bonds down before we got into another one. So if we can not do that with this, I think was what we were hoping to do for another year anyway, or two.
James? Anything?
No, nothing to add.
Yes, I have been saying, kind of beating the same drum since the CIP part of planning board. I don't love the idea of borrowing money, so, especially when it's kind of right there on the margins. And I found some of the bond discussions kind of compelling, like on the flip side of that, that if we had to borrow money, then especially the one about, the people using it. Yeah, the people have been putting into this fund, and if we spend that money, then the people who benefit are those who don't live here yet. I find that very compelling.
I guess I don't.
Okay.
So I don't quite understand that argument then.
What else are you gonna do with the fund if you're not gonna spend it on equipment?
Spend it on equipment that you can pay for.
So non-financing,
Yeah,
is that what you mean?
I mean, that's my preference.
Okay. All right. Anything else we need to talk about before we go through the rest of the warrant? And obviously, this is something that we're gonna have to come back to before the end of the night, but move forward on the rest of the warrant and come back to the open questions that we have, of which this is one.
Well, do we need to make a decision on this so we can talk about the engine better when that one comes up? People might have a different feeling on if they're in favor or not in favor of it, depending on the financing of it. I guess that's why I thought we put this ahead of them.
That has to, but legally you have to. That one has to be first. So now you're
Just
gonna
on the
roll
warrant, it
into,
legally has
now
to be
you're
there.
gonna roll
because
into
you're
a public
borrowing
hearing
money.
at first again.
I guess just if it's gonna be talked about tonight, we're on the subject, but it's up to you. I don't care that much about it. My opinion probably won't change between now and 12 hours from now.
I hope not. All right, so in the interest of moving forward, I'll close the public hearing on this at 7:40 PM. We will, continue to talk about the fire engine. There are some open issues that the board has to address at the end of the night anyway, so this will be on that list. Okay, so at 7:41, I will open the third and final public hearing that we have tonight. This one is on the testimony and comment related to the 2025 overall proposed town budget, including separate, special, and petition warrant articles, as well as disclosure of the default budget. So Finance Administrator Rouse has a handout for you. While she is handing that out, I'd like to make a few comments related to the handout itself. There are still some actions, as I talked about just a second ago. We'll attempt, as we roll through these, to proactively highlight those as each article comes up. You'll also see in the handout that it says recommended by Board of Selectmen and a blank vote count for each article. This is because the board has not yet voted on recommending or not recommending. It's possible items can be removed tonight when the vote is taken, and final wording will be modified to reflect those actions if we have something that's not recommended. Okay. And I believe Beth touched on this earlier, or T.A. Bolton did. Legal and NHDRA have not yet reviewed these documents, so they have not yet gone through legal or through NH Department of Revenue for clarification on wording and legality stuff, so.
Are we gonna vote on them as they come up, we discuss and close comment on each one? Are we gonna revisit them again?
We still have some open actions, so that's why I'm hesitant to say absolutely. We had some actions related to some of these, and I don't know if we're gonna be able to close them as we go through. If not, we'll circle back and do them all tonight. So, I guess if we don't have open actions, we can certainly do it as we go through.
How are they gonna get closed between the time we talk to them and later tonight?
Well, like tonight, one of them is, we asked Jason to check on the roadside mower, whether
Right.
or not the delivery of that would be able to impact the operating budget for 2025. So
I suppose the
until we have
budget-
that answer.
I suppose maybe the budget, yeah, that might have
Until we
some.
have that answer, we can't close the budget and we can't close that warrant article. That's where I'm at,
Okay.
okay?
Okay, excuse me. So what you have in front of you is the budget public hearing summary workbook. There's a lot of information in there. Just a recap of how we started the budget season. We started with the revenues. So in 2024, we estimated $4,262,374 to offset the operating budget. We came in at $4,392,183, so we came in above our estimated. In 2025, we're being a little more conservative, with only $4,061,000 being estimated. Majority of that was, there was a grant from the police department for over $100,000, so I do not expect that in '25. So the offsetting estimate for the operating budget is gonna be $4,061,090. I just did a little recap on why, the importance of the revenues. Because for every for every $1,300,000, $54, it's $1 of our tax rate. So the more revenues that we have to offset our operating budget, the better. If we didn't have revenues, other than property tax, we would have had to raise the whole $10 million, which would result in a 7.76 town tax rate. Luckily, we had $4,008,000, which offset that, so we only had to raise 4.05 per thousand. So our revenues are very important. We also used the fund balance two ways this year. We used it to offset warrant articles, and we also used it, the Board of Selectmen used it to offset the tax rate when we set it in the fall. So, the summary of the default budget, The default budget's gonna be $8,927,570. So last year, when the voters entered the booth, they approved a warrant or operating budget of $8,240,774. They also approved 4 warrant articles that they knew, that stated in the warrant article that it was going to be added to next year's budget. So we take that number and we add those 4 additional warrant articles, which gave us $8,648,810. And then we subtracted and added based on debt service, health insurance, workers' comp, increase in contracts, a decrease for the elections. So our default budget is $8,927,570. And then this is just a summary of the proposed budget. I believe you guys will probably be going through it in a lot more detail. We do have some, like you stated earlier, some blanks that we still need to fill in. So as of today, our operating budget is $9,146,179. We're gonna offset it by our estimated revenues of $4,061,090. So we need to raise by taxation $5,085,089. Estimated tax rate for next year will be $3.89. Again, we still have those blanks that we need to fill in. And where is our increases? Most of our increases is our discretionary items. There's an increase of $83,039. Payroll increased by $46,142. Non-discretionary items, a proposed increase of $77,182. And then our contracts increased by $12,071. And these are just the driving accounts, which makes up those increases. You can see in items such as like non-discretionary items, insurance went up $145,000, but we did have some offsets due to heat and vehicle fuel. And then these are the justifications for the increases or decreases and why they went up. Just a summary, just an overview, quick overview. And then we get into the detail. Now, with the budget, do you want to go into the detail or do you want to wait till we get to the warrant articles?
I would wait till we get to that one, if you don't mind.
Mhm. So then
So that's basically the balance of the handout that you gave, correct?
correct. It's gonna be slow. Okay, so then we'll get to the warrant. Article 2, fire engine.
So Article 2 has to do with the fire engine. Anyone have comments, questions on the fire engine? It's after the fire engine. It's Article 3.
Well, you guys are entering into bond on this. Does it have to be 2/3?
State your name.
Oh, Ricky Epler, Quaker Street.
Thank you.
Does it have to be 2/3 to pass?
A bond? I believe it is.
You guys are going to the bond banks to get a loan, so it's a 2/3? Okay.
In terms of the popular vote, is that what you mean, or this board's vote?
Popular vote.
Popular vote.
Yeah, okay. All right. So, with that, the whole article is shot down if it's not 2/3 vote on, because of the bond bank part of it, right?
Yes.
Okay, so no means no and no fire engine. Just clarifying.
For the year.
Huh?
For the year.
Correct, okay. I'm not in support of the fire engine this year, the way it's written. I think that, that there's potentially other options that I've discussed with the fire chief. Him and I have sat down, we had a very good discussion, but we can agree to disagree, as always. I think that, you know, the fire service, in my 20-year tender, has turned into an EMS-based service. It's mostly EMS, so you've got 97+% of the calls are EMS related. And for the 5 or whatever percent you want to call it, of fire calls, I don't feel that the big fire engine's needed. You know, they kind of go in waves, but there's mini pumpers available. They have the same size pump that's being suggested in the big truck. They have a CAF system, which is compressed air foam system, and it usually takes about it takes 1 gallon of water, injects foam into it using compressed air and a PTO-driven air compressor, and expands it to about 4 gallons of. If you were to put it in terms of how many gallons of water per
Equivalent.
CAFs, it's about 4 gallons.
Equivalent.
Correct.
Firefighting capability.
Correct.
Okay.
The hose is a little easier to navigate because it doesn't have so much water pressure behind it. And I think that could handle a considerable amount of the calls that are related to the fire calls that are performed. With that, I think if it was a confirmed fire, confirmed smoke in the building, mutual aid call, a policy could be written to take the big truck. It's pretty easy. Mini pumpers come in four-wheel drive chassis are usually on like F550, 5500 chassis, four-wheel drive, four-door cabs. You put a good amount of equipment on it, obviously not as much as a big truck, and they're about half the money, about $600,000. With this, there's going to be, if this does pass the way it's written, that's 3 fire engines that the town will have. One's a 2012, one's 2003, and this will be the brand new one. Not one of those will fit in East Ware Fire Station still. East Ware Fire Station is small, granted. It's going to need to be brought up to snuff. If one of those engines will go up to cover that area, granted there's not a lot of responsibility from that area anyways, so having an engine up there doesn't matter, but none of them will fit in there. So, again, I appreciate the fire chief's time, but I'm against this article. Thank you.
One follow-up question for you before you leave. Regarding the mini pumper, you said it's approximately 600K. Is it, I would assume, since it's on a more readily available chassis, it might be something that you don't have to wait 3 years for. Do you have any idea?
That I don't know about. That I don't know about. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, John Lawton again. I have a couple questions regarding the new engine. First of all, how many frontline engines do we currently have that have pumpers on them? Do we have 3? 3 now? 2?
2.
Just 2? And they're both at Center Station?
Negative, not right now. Engine.
Yeah, if you want to come up here and sit when it's your articles, that'd be fine too.
Currently, the 2012 engine, our newest engine, is in limited service, and that's up at the South House right now. Engine 5, the 2003 is running its first due out of the central station. Engine 2, as you all know, and if you don't, has requiring some pump work done to it. It did not pass pump testing. So we're awaiting parts for that. Time. Engine 5 was brought down to the center station, and that's running first due right now.
So you have 2 and 1 out of service? If we
The
get that one fixed,
two
we'll have
engines,
3?
one of them is on limited service, so we have 1.5 engines right now.
But you said you had one that didn't pass pump test. Is that in
That is-
service?
It's in limited service, and that's up at the south station.
Okay. Besides that, you have a tanker and a forestry truck, right? Is that correct?
Correct.
if a alarm were to bang in at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a house, let's say a house fire theoretically, how many people would be responding from our town? First call.
That's kind of hard to say. Guaranteed 2 out of the center station.
How many call men do we have now on the fire department?
We have a total of 22 members now on the fire department.
Call or
Total.
is that including?
Eight of which are full-time. Actually, 7 are full-time. Because we have an open position.
Okay. I guess the point I'm getting to is if we were to purchase this engine, then we'd have 3 engines?
That is correct.
A tanker and a forestry truck. I guess my point is, we may not have enough people to man these vehicles. That's why I'm wondering, adding to these, the way I understand it, we have 2 on permanent, on all the time. My understanding was we didn't have much of a call force at all, so the possibilities of getting them to respond during the day is probably, or very low possibility. So if you have 2 people responding to a structure fire, it isn't gonna work out well, especially if you have to vent, or somebody has to operate the pump, all that stuff. If you have to set up a portable tank or something like that, it isn't gonna work until you get mutual aid in. So it seems to me that we need to not so much worry about getting a truck, but we need to worry about getting more people involved in the fire department. I remember I was on the fire department for 11 years, and I was the secretary, and I know we had 45 people on the call list at that time. Guaranteed you wouldn't get all 45 of them to respond to a fire, but out of 45, you're probably going to get enough to man the scene when you had a fire. So I'm kind of with Ricky on this. I would be against purchasing this truck right now. And the other thing is, I look at the figures we had up here earlier. If we wait 1 more year, we'd have enough money in that fund of purchases without doing either a bond or a lease plan. So, yeah, I'm kind of against it at this point. I'd like to see us hold off on that and maybe stock that fund a little bit more. We should be able to get $40,000-$50,000 in interest on that, plus the revenue you were going to take in, which was almost $300,000. That'd be almost another $350,000 for next year. So, from that reason, I'm kind of against going forward.
Thank you, John.
We're still focused on the fire truck, right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hippler, if he doesn't mind me using his name, but you weren't the previous speaker, so. I appreciate his knowledge. I've heard him speak many times about fire department, especially when he was on the board, communication issues and all that. And to me, he presents what seems to be certainly a viable option to look at. And I know the board can't answer this, but his option, is that more of an off-the-shelf type of vehicle as opposed to the $1.2 million might be a little bit more specific to what the fire chief wants? So that's my question, is the viable option a little bit more off-the-shelf?
So I think Ricky said, if I can answer that at least somewhat, he thought it was somewhere around a $600,000 purchase as opposed to the $1.25 million. He has no idea what kind of delivery time it has. He didn't do any research into that,
Okay.
it sounded like.
And I don't mean this to be a shot or throwing somebody under the bus or blindsiding, but, and it goes to other things that will come up in the budget. But whatever, if we get a $1.2 million fire truck, is it gonna have chrome wheels as opposed to steel wheels?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Money is no object.
Just for the record, the chrome wheels hold up better over a 25-year period and have less maintenance than steel wheels do.
Well,
Assuming they're aluminum, right?
Yes.
I'll just respond. I mean, you look at, on news, reports of fires, certainly cities, well, I won't say certainly cities, but even parades, Macy Day Parade, those types of things. When they have a fire truck in them, they're all red wheels, and they have to be steel.
Tom Flaherty, Sunrise Lane. Last year, if I have this correct, and excuse me if I'm wrong, but the Board of Selectmen chose to not put this on the warrant, if I recall correctly. And I seem to remember, I was trying to find the minutes, I couldn't find them, but I seem to remember that it was the need wasn't there for this, which was one of the reasons. There might have been other reasons, but I don't know, if there's anybody who does remember that, I'd appreciate maybe some recollection help. But I remember thinking, I remember hearing that the need wasn't as highly justified. And somebody mentioned staffing, and that's been in the back of my head, and I didn't realize it, but yeah, is this too large of a truck where we couldn't get the number of people to staff it, where we might be able to get call staff or full-time staff to man a smaller vehicle, and which we would have more of? Somebody brought that up, so the smaller scale option is interesting to me as well.
My personal no vote last year was because I was concerned about the funding balance left, or my one vote.
Okay.
I did vote against it last year, and that was my reason.
Okay,
I also voted against it last year for that exact same reason.
For the balance
Yeah, I
management.
don't know if Mr. Hippler would like to
yeah,
add anything to his recollection of what happened in the vote, but you're
Okay.
welcome to do that if you'd like.
thank you.
Hello, Trevor Anderson, the Assistant Fire Chief. I wanted to address a couple of the questions tonight, and specifically the mini pumper idea. So the mini pumpers typically carry anywhere from 250 gallons to 400 gallons of water. That lasts us, I would say, a minute, or about a minute. Some of our larger diameter fire hoses have flow rates of 285 up to 350 gallons a minute. So as part of the full-time staffing that responds with 2 people, I would love to have more than a minute's worth of water. And what we're waiting for typically is call company, which is great. I'm glad we have them, because if we didn't, right, I think somebody pointed out, kind of fighting a building fire with 2 people is awful difficult. It is. So we definitely need a call company. We need that response. But they're usually a little bit further behind us, right, because they're coming from home, they're coming from work. We're waiting for the tanker to get there. I do want to clarify, too, the tanker only has a 500 GPM pump on it, right? So,
You're talking about the current tanker, correct?
Yep, our
Thank you.
current tanker. And typically at a building fire, 500 gallons per minute would be like a bare minimum, right? And just as a response into the CAF systems, the foam systems that are on the mini pumpers, those require quite a bit of training to operate. So on top of that, you would see an increased cost and training for the CAF system, as well as maintenance, right? Those don't come free. And hearing from some local fire chiefs that have the CAF systems sounded like a really good idea until they have it. And it's fairly complicated. At that time, I did want to point out, so NFPA 1901 recommends that apparatus greater than 15 years old that have been properly maintained or still serviceable condition be placed in reserve status. It also states that the apparatuses that were manufactured applicable to NFPA standards that are over 25 years old should be replaced. Really, I think when we're looking at what we're replacing is engine one. Engine one was 1987, it's 37 years old. Right. Engine 5 is approaching the point where it really should be placed in reserve. So it shouldn't be running first due. where it's currently sitting because of lack of maintenance and not buying new fire trucks. Engine 2 is 12 years old, right, approaching 13, right, and we're starting to see maintenance costs stack on that. Right, we don't have really clean water for that, right, and unfortunately, this is how we run into the issues with those pumps, right. So we're sucking up dirty pond water, which, I mean, comes with sand and slime and things like that. That's why we're seeing those increased costs and maintenance of those pumps. So I would expect those things to accumulate, right? So looking at engine 5 and engine 2, the maintenance on those, you would expect to see that stuff get higher as the years go through, right? But also, when one of those goes out of service, right, we're down to a single engine as a current status. Right, so 2 engines is really kind of your bare bones for what we would like to do as a fire response, which is like a rural hitch, meaning that you would have your first due engine pull up the driveway. Your second due engine would pull in behind that to establish your water supply source, whether that be like a porta tank or some pressurized water going up to the scene, right? Getting that water from tankers, stuff like that, and then pressurizing it to go up to the scene. Where our fleet currently is aging, right? We do expect engine 2 or engine 5 to have those failures, right? By having the 3 engines, it continues to make us always as a whole at 2 pieces, right? Even if one is down, being maintained or not staffed, right? And as far as call company goes, we're actually seeing an increase in call company and operators that are actually in town. I think you guys have met a few of them. So we're actually seeing increased responses out of our call company, right? So actually higher numbers than what we've had in the past. And I think that was about everything I wanted to address on that. So really, I think really the take-home point for me really is we're flowing anywhere from 250 to 500 gallons per minute right out of the gate at a building fire. That mini pumper, it's a good idea on paper, and it's certainly something I've researched and looked at, and it sounds good, but where you're talking about 45 seconds to a minute and a half worth of water, as being the guy who was on the hose, I would certainly appreciate a little bit longer time. And that's why when we were looking at the design of the engines, that 1,600 gallons is really for us a minimum, right? That affords us a much larger amount of time to get the call company there, to get the tankers there, to get your second due engine set up, and still have that safety net of that water. Not saying we don't run out of water. Every fire department runs out of water. That's a given. It's going to happen at some point in time. But in the first minute to 2 minutes, I would like us not to.
Is that apples to apples with, if there's a 1 to 4 on like being able, like the water expansion multiplier, so to speak, is that, can you say gallons per minute of a pump that pumps water versus pumps water mixed with foam?
And I don't know enough about the CAF system to know that. The CAF systems is something they primarily used overseas for quite a while. And then really, like I said, the amount of training that goes in with that. So I don't know on apples to apples on, with the foam involved and how that, I don't even know how that affects the fire from that aspect, right? And I think what you'll see is a large cost for us to get that training up to snuff, right? And somebody how to operate that. Currently, we don't have anybody currently that knows how to operate a CAF system.
Is that foam, is it environmentally?
Yeah, all the foam now that's being produced is PFOA free.
Okay. Because I know.
Yeah,
I
I know
just
that's a big concern.
Well, the only reason I asked is because a year and a half ago, a good friend of mine's piece of equipment burnt. And
Yeah.
foam got put on it.
Yep.
And not by this department, but foam got put on it.
Yep.
And long story short, anyway, he had to clean it up for DES, and
Sure.
I helped him because I have a truck. And when we dug the dirt up, they wanted, no, they didn't care about the diesel fuel. They didn't care about the
Yeah.
hydraulic oil. They didn't want to take it because of the foam,
Sure.
and they didn't care.
Yeah.
They didn't want to
Most
take
of the foam,
chances.
like the foam that we're getting now, is all PFOA free. Yeah.
Okay.
And we still on all our trucks currently, like on the engines, we still do have foam capabilities, not to the proportion of a CAF system.
Well, that actually brings up an interesting idea, because if we do have problems with our water quality, that would probably affect a foam system, since it's probably a.
Yeah, and like I said, I don't want to speak to a CAF system to the point of, I have no expertise in the area of a CAF system. That's not something that's typically trained on unless you have that specialized piece of equipment. So I don't want to overstep my bounds and speak largely to that because I don't know.
Right, and not being an expert in it myself by any stretch
Yeah.
of the imagination, my understanding is a lot of that foam stuff is used more in the airports and things where they have to do with a lot more, jet fuel and liquids like that.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, we currently use foam, and I don't want to get too far up topic on why we use it. We currently have foam capabilities, not to the proportion of a CAF system.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Any other comments related to the fire truck, fire engine?
So just to clarify what's gonna happen tonight, you heard all the public comment on Article 2. Now, is that gonna go on the warrant? So tomorrow morning, we have to enter all this into the portal, get it over to DRA immediately. So I didn't know if you guys are gonna make a decision on what article is gonna show up on the warrant.
Before the night's over.
Okay, so not, okay.
Yeah, I mean, suggest we just kind of go through them and then come back and vote.
I think it's gonna stretch it out a whole lot longer, but
Okay? Well, if there's things that we have action items on, we're gonna have to do that anyway, but we'll talk about Article 2 then. I am concerned about the low balance in the fund, so if we do propose moving forward with the engine as is, I would recommend it be something below $1 million that we take out to begin with. I don't personally know what the advantages are to the bond versus the lease payment that we've talked about, so I apologize that I don't have that level of detail. And I think some of the other comments about capabilities sound intriguing. I don't know if it's enough to hold it up or not. We had originally talked about $1 million truck last year. We're now looking at 1.25. So how much of that is going to backslide based on the Green New Deal possibly going away today? Don't know if it did or not, but it was rumored that it was. So is that going to pull back the cost? Doubt it's going to pull back 3 years delivery time, but might pull back the cost. Those are my thoughts.
I had the same thought earlier today when hearing about the Green New Deal. Like, wow, this solves our problem of, like, the soy,
Encapsulant
yeah.
on wirings and
Yeah.
things.
I do find, I mean, at the dollar amounts we're talking about, I do find a $600,000 alternative worth spending a lot of time on investigating. Yeah, and I guess, and with my pre-existing position on spending money we don't have and not borrowing money, I would prefer to not move forward. I also think, we talked last year about looking at grants, and I don't know that we ever actually did that.
There was a grant that was looked at for the VW, but that grant, number one, I think the town put in for that and got refused already for the highway department, but, the grant was already done and over with. And I just want to make a comment about the, I guess following up with what Assistant Chief Anderson said. In my personal experience, I have over 35 years in the fire service and seen seen many of these small mini pumpers, not even to say the compressed air foam systems, but also those. There's not a lot of fanfare about those. What we need is water. We need gallons of water on the scene. with that being said, and I stated this before, this wasn't a pie in the sky that I just threw a dart at. This has been a plan that was put forth on the fourth fire chief to bring this really on CIP. It went through Chief Vizina, Chief Richards, Chief Olson, and now myself. So you had 4 fire chiefs that thought that this was the way to go, and I do believe it's the way to go. And if you could put this in perspective of, I hate to use the police department, but the police department and their cruisers. If you keep putting this off, as Assistant Chief Anderson said, you're going to run into, now we have 2 engines that we have to replace. And if you keep pushing this off, it takes that whole CIP and throws that whole CIP off. We are tasked to come up with a fleet management plan, and that's what we did. And it has been carried on through multiple chiefs. A lot of time and effort has been put into it. And I would hope the town would follow that. You've put me in a position to make decisions. And this is what I'm recommending. I hope that the town would support it. Thank you.
As I stated earlier, my reason last year was because of the funding, and to me, I guess, if Beth tells us that the plan's gonna work out, the numbers that she showed us, then, I'm comfortable with at least letting the voters voice their opinion on it. It is a plan that, at least 3, I guess Olson brought it forth, I don't remember him, didn't see him much, but he is the 4th chief to agree this is the plan, and I remember Vizino always saying that, you needed water, he used water on everything, vehicle fires, everything, so I would rather have more water on site than a little truck with a small amount of foam or what have you. So, I feel comfortable, I guess, letting the voters decide. It's gotta pass by them. They might not decide that that's how they want it to be, so. But we have these guys telling us what their vision for their departments are, and if it follows a long plan, if this just came up last week, then, I'd have a different opinion on it. But if this is their vision for the plan, then, I guess we should at least my opinion is let the taxpayers see if that's something they want to, I guess, fund as a zero impact, but it isn't really, so.
Just to clarify, are you okay with the 1 million, or?
I am. I share a little bit of the, I hope it'll be all right in the end, but Beth seems confident it will be, so who am I to say that it won't?
I think I'm okay with getting it with just a water-based pumper truck as discussed. I don't think we need to postpone this for a potential different technology in the compressed air foam. As we already mentioned, we don't have any training, although I'm sure we can, take training on that, but we don't have the expertise in town.
600,000 would buy you a lot of training.
It would, but does it really buy
It's
you the
also-
same?
You can't take it out of the vehicle fund, I don't believe.
And does it, but does the $600, assuming that's correct, does the mini engine do the same thing as the big one? I know it costs less, maybe be a little more mobile, but does it actually give us the same capability? And the answer is, I don't know that. But we have something that we do know works.
I could tell you the answer is no. There's no way you're going to take a mini pumper on an F-550 chassis and pump 2,000 gallons of water with it at a scene.
Or-
Impossible.
or foam, as the case may be. I know it's not gonna be, the same quantity of water, but if the foam does the same, job of putting out a large fire, but I don't know that. And I don't know if I wanna postpone getting another vehicle, doing more research on it for another year.
One point on that. Just in real quick to Trevor Anderson, Assistant Fire Chief, sorry, don't forget to say my name, is the amount of equipment that we can keep on a truck of that size versus the full size that we're proposing. We're talking about a pickup chassis versus the full-size custom chassis. You're talking about an eighth of the amount of equipment that we're gonna be able to stock. Fire hose being one of them, like 4-inch fire hose. Right now we keep an average around 1,500 feet of 4-inch on our engines, and that's to be able to make the stretches up the driveway for that water supply. We're not necessarily on a pickup chassis going to be able to carry that same amount of supply hose, attack hose, lighting, right? Extra air supply that's on the trucks currently, extra tools that are on the trucks currently. I mean, the fire trucks are very multi-purpose. So when you start condensing those units down to this size, you're really restricting what you can do with that truck, right? Because now now I'm going to wait and say, okay, maybe the next truck will come with enough hose. Okay, we'll plan, where we're trained from the get-go, right, to kind of like you're laying in, okay, I'm laying in that 1,000 feet of hose. I know it's already there, right? We're really limiting those abilities by downsizing the chassis.
Thank you.
With that being said, one more thing I'd like to add. There's a lot of talk about this truck going on a building fire. Now, last year, we had 16 building fires in the town that were classified as building fires. Not all the time is this truck going to be directly at the fire. We have 33 cisterns. This truck may end up sitting at a cistern that's, like the chief said, 1,500 feet away from the fire. And there is, again, no way that a small mini pumper is going to pump the water necessary out of a cistern and pump it 1,500 feet to the truck it's needed in. So, hence why when the truck was spec'd out, it was spec'd out with the biggest pump possible that we could get, and it was 2,000 gallons per minute, the same as engine 2 is now, and again, minimum of the 1,600 gallons of water on it.
Are you still doing public?
Yep. The whole thing's public.
Well, I
come
don't
on
know
up.
if you would.
Come on up. Thank you.
Just one last thing. Generally, the adage is you hope for the best but prepare for the worst. And I'm not being critical of dumpers and effort put into the new truck, costs and all that. And I'm not being critical of that. But what happens if, monetarily wise, something falls short? Okay? Who's going to be responsible to the makeup? Hello? Me, the taxpayer. You, the taxpayer. You, the taxpayer. That's who's going to make up the difference. Never in my wildest dreams, and I mean, you've been in town for over 50 years, I never thought that my taxes would be at the level that they are now, both town and school, all right? And there was really, you hope for the best and prepare for the worst. Well, with taxes the way they are, again, town and school, I know people want to separate them, but I only get one tax bill, okay? Well, the worst, if it's not here, it's fast approaching.
I heard the comment about the greener energy or whatever, and that the update to the motors was gonna, well, I was told by the dealerships of regular trucks, which they all use the same engines, is that was gonna come to effect in 27. So there was no new plans for the engines and stuff planned for this year, next year anyway. It was 27. Now that might change by 27 now, who knows, but there wasn't something new in emissions in the pipework for this year or next year.
Well, I think, but in the truck spec this year versus the truck spec last year, that was a large portion of the increase in cost, was the 2027 engine increase.
That is correct, because the truck is so far out. It's not gonna be a 2025
So
engine.
when it goes out to bid then those numbers would show, we might not pay 1.25 then.
Possibly not.
Right, I mean, that's the deal with that, is if that was the plan and something happens that it doesn't happen, then the truck will just be that much less, I would assume. The dealerships I talked to couldn't even think about forecasting that, so I don't know how that dealership did anyway, but they had no idea what was gonna happen.
All right, so we've got some options. Put it on as written, being one of the options. Reduce it, change it. I believe I've heard you definitively say as is.
I'm happy, if you said that you wanted to change 1,000,000 to 900, that, I wouldn't balk you on that. I would, as long as it goes on to the voters. I just think a lot of work's been put into this, I'm okay with it, but if you guys wanna change that million number and then put it on, then that's,
So if the voters reject this, do we still have the option of doing further research, because that doesn't cost us any money throughout 2025, correct?
yeah, there'd be no truck.
Right. So it's not that we're not gonna get a fire engine and we can't do any work, it's just we're not gonna get a fire engine. And we can do other work if it's rejected by the voters,
Yeah.
right? Do I have that correct?
No means no.
Other work,
We can still do other work like,
Of course you can.
you know,
Yeah, you can do some research, it's not against
research.
the rules. Right.
Okay, all right, just wanna make sure.
and Ricky brought up a good point, so the way we're proposing borrowing the money, it would be a 2/3, Beth?
Yes.
Yeah.
A bond would. The way it is now, it has an escape clause, so it only needs a majority vote. The way it's worded now.
Did you hear that, Mr. Hipper? Because that was your question earlier. Did it require a 2/3 vote? She just said no, as written, it would not. It's a majority only, because it says an escape clause is there, and it's not a bond.
Right.
A bond would require 2/3.
Right, that's where I was confused. I didn't think it was a bond, and he mentioned it, and I thought somebody said that, yes, it was a bond, so that's why I was, so right now, no. It's not gonna be a bond,
Not a bond right now.
I understand.
This is getting close to approaching the public hearing that the planning board had. You come into a meeting, you expect the board to have a consensus that they're gonna support this, and now everybody's entitled to opinion for sure, but boy, last minute. And there's a disagreement on the board. It just seems like at the last minute, this is more of a editorial comment, I guess. I don't think, in terms of the vehicle itself, this decision was fire department, right? They have to justify it. I don't know if they have or haven't, I guess they have. But the funding is an issue in my mind, as to how you're gonna fund it. Regardless of whether you do a bond or you do it this way, the big thing is right here, the zero tax impact, right? I think it's whether or not you wanna keep some money in that funds to support other things, or you wanna spend it all now. It comes down to that, in my opinion. But I would think at this point in time, in the process, you should have already worked all these details out. You should have worked everything, you should be here, united. This is what we're gonna do. We researched it. I don't see any numbers out there for the bond. I don't know what that's gonna look like. I don't know what the balance is gonna be over the course of a year. You still have time to amend it at the deliberative session. I hope you do look at the bond and maybe something else. I don't know what it would be. to assure that the method of funding is going to provide the town with a benefit, not just now, but over the next 3 to 5 years.
So I'd propose that we change it to 900,000 for the down payment, and the balance be what would be put in the lease.
Oh, I'm going with-
Makes me like it less.
Right.
Makes you like it less.
I think we should pay for the whole thing in cash, straight up, when we have enough money.
James?
That would increase the amount that we're financing. It does extend it over 3 years as opposed to, I don't see much difference honestly between 900 and the million. It's a number.
Yeah, the only thing is, at the end of 1 year, it was down to 94,000, and that was at year end, so that extra 100K gives you money throughout the year to make the payment, with all the money not coming in until the end of the year.
Well, I guess if I don't see much difference between the 900 and a million one way, then dropping it to 900, 900,000 isn't going to make much difference that way either. So if it leaves a little more in the balance to make everybody happy, I'd be in favor of that. I don't think it makes a substantial difference, but we can go along with that.
So put it on the warrant at 900, down payment, balance to be financed via the lease. And let the voters decide if they want to spend the money.
Yep.
Okay.
It's fine with me.
We'll call for a vote.
I think the warrant should be very clear about the cost of the financing.
Agree.
We still have to run it by,
Yep.
right.
Totally agree. John?
Okay, ask a question of the chief. Chief, if this were to pass, you put an order in for a fire truck, how long does it take for that fire truck to arrive here? Year and a half?
Right now, the current build time is roughly 580 days.
Year and a half. My point being is, if this were passed, let's say the fire truck comes in at $1.2 million, we want to put $1 million down, that's as of right now. You don't give the fire manufacturer the $1.2 million all at one fell swoop.
That is correct. The day that fire truck pulls into the department, we have to pay for it. Up
Okay.
until then, there's no deposit, no nothing.
So
So-
that's a year and a half away. Year and a half from now, we should have more than enough money to pay for that truck. Here's your check for your truck type thing. So my question is, why are we even talking maybe about financing or bonding or whatever you want to do? You see what I'm trying to say here?
I absolutely do, and that was also discussed last year, and the rationale at that point, and I don't see that it's changed today, is that today we don't have $1.2 million in the fund, so we
Not
can't
right
make it.
today, but
Right,
585 days from now.
but we cannot make an obligation for something that we don't actually have the money for. I understand that we most likely will have the money, but we don't today.
Well, somehow in the article, could it not be, if we don't have the funds, then we will
and we have to order it.
I asked that question at the CIP part of planning board, and the chief had said no, went back and asked, and the answer was no, we cannot, once we commit, we cannot back out.
Yeah, this is a custom engine that's built to our specification, our needs. So once we basically sign a contract that the truck is being built, then we have to take delivery of it.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that, it's just that the bill doesn't come for 585 days.
That is correct.
My opinion is that in 585 days, we'll have more than enough to pay it off, according by your estimates, you know. So, I don't know, like Chairman Bloom said, I think we ought to just pay it all off in one fell swoop, you know, 585 days. I don't quite understand, you know, that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I guess just to clarify, the distinction in my mind is, to me, that means defer it 1 year, we have the money, spend the money. The projection earlier this year, or, you know, late last year, was an 8% increase, which would take us to 1.35 million off of the 1.25 today. And then and it's an if at that point, if something were to happen, like with the engine costs coming down, then great, maybe we've even broken even, and we have the money. But worst case scenario, we go with the 8% projected increase, 1.35, while we've brought in 250, and we definitely have enough, we spend that money, and all we've done is put it off 1 year. And the delivery comes 1 year later, but we spend money that we have.
Just to be clear, the problem with that is then you're pushing everything else out in the CIP. They have a $500,000 ambulance that's supposed to be purchased in 2027. That's going to mess that up. It's going to mess kind of everything up going forward. And we keep pushing this stuff out and out and out. And
I don't think that would.
there's got to be an end point. We've already delayed it, you know, a year, and we're going to be in my mind, we're chasing it. You're chasing it because the price of the engines, granted, probably won't go up $250,000. I would agree with that, but you're going to be chasing that engine. It's going to be $100,000 more. Last year was $1 million. We had over that this year and the end of the money, and if we had purchased it last year, we would still have another year to go of money and funds in that special revenue fund to cover it, and we didn't. Now it's $250,000 more. Every year we put this off, it's just going to keep getting more and more and more, and it's just a waste of good money, the way I see it.
I guess my only contrary to, I usually don't like leasing stuff either, buy it, but this is a big dollar number, so if we push it off and it gains, the cost increase 8%, you know, I guess I don't know what the interest cost gonna be right this minute, but I don't like paying interest either, but if we push it off and pay another 8%, you're paying more money too, so really what's the difference? You can pay more money one way or the other.
I think for me, it's just that's how I like to operate.
Yep.
Don't spend money I don't have.
I don't know, I don't usually disagree with that, just this is big enough that I see the point, and I think to answer one of the questions that was up there, why don't we wait, is because we're trying to leave enough so that when it comes time to the ambulance, we can fund that too, so. I guess we beat it right completely to death, so.
Another idea. If this passes and you sign that contract, who you going with, emergency one, or
You gotta put it out to bid.
who?
We have to put it out to
Okay,
bid. We
but
don't
you
know
do
what
have a
we're
price of 1.25, is that generic across everybody coming in, or?
Most of the engines are running 1.1 in that ballpark.
Okay. So let's say this passes and you go out to bid and you pick one, whoever it is, and you sign a contract, that price is locked, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Let's say it comes in at 1.1. We have currently almost 1,001,000. Since it's gonna be 585 days before that truck arrives here in Ware, we should know this time next year if we're gonna have enough money in that account to pay for it. If we don't look like we're gonna have enough money, couldn't we at that point come up with a plan to, either come up with an article to put whatever it is we're short into that account to pay for that truck when it comes in? You know what I'm saying? Instead of right now committing to some plan that's gonna be a 3-year payment type plan. You see what I'm saying?
I do see what you're saying, but it brings us back to the original issue of you have to have enough money today to enter into the obligation.
I think we would, but that, okay.
We don't today. We won't in
Well, we're not
March.
bidding today either, so.
We will be
How
bidding
long would
soon
this
after
bid process
March.
take? If that passes in March and you put the bids out, what would it be? April, May, June or something before you actually get the,
I would probably say June would be a good, would be good. Because right now, currently, I have had 4 manufacturers that I have just, preliminary stuff back from.
in June? That's 6 months from now. That's half of the 300,000. That's almost another $150,000 in our account. So that would put us at $1,250,000. So I'm just throwing these things out here, but, I don't know why we're buying ourselves into $89,000 a year when we don't have to.
We may not.
So, I agree with what the chief said about once you sign the line, you're committed. So how can we escape the lease clause? If we commit to the purchase of a custom truck, how do we escape the lease for 3 years?
I think that's an attorney question that we don't
Yeah, I
answer
just-
tonight.
I mean, the thing is, I think you've then committed yourself for 3 years, right, wrong, or indifferent, but how do you put that in an article and say you can escape out of it once you sign the contract?
Right, and DRA is gonna direct how we do that. I just think we don't have all the answers, but Janice hits a very good point that we can't tie into something that we don't have, but at the end, 585 days may be 460 days. We don't know that either. That's just a guess. So at the end.
It's over a year, that's my point.
I understand your point, but we've talked about it for 45 minutes, we got 20 more to do, and we don't have the answer. And my question is, I'm the same way, I don't like to borrow any money. But at the end of the day, I think we need to ask legal or DRA how we can get out of it. That's a question we need to ask. It's nothing that we can ask right now, we don't know that, because we haven't run it to legal and we haven't run it to, but we could let legal certainly know what everyone's concern is, and he's gonna be at deliberative session, so you could have another chance at changing it there as well.
So two questions. The escape clause and the interest need to be
Right.
fully defined.
Right.
So, okay.
So I guess, is it a million, is it 900?
I threw out there 900, so
Yeah,
at this
I know.
point,
I'm just saying,
yeah. That's what I'm gonna ask that we vote on, was the 900 plus the balance being lease over 3 years.
You move it, I'll second it.
I'll move that.
Second,
Okay. All in favor?
yes,
Yes.
yes.
Yes. Opposed? Passes 3-1. All right.
How would you like to review the budget?
So- Yeah. So just to remind everybody, we are operating in 2024, we were operating rather, in 2024 under a default budget. That means that we have the 2023 budget plus legally required adjustments, which you saw at the opening. So right now, I think we're somewhere around 2.4, 2.6 over the default budget as proposed for 2025. And if you haven't seen what we've been doing all along, we did go into a very detailed review of the proposed budget. This board has dedicated many meetings and countless individual hours in research and preparation for those discussions. And I believe we've gone through a very detailed level of scrutiny and adjustments. Most of the increase that you see is because of insurance. We will be bidding insurance during 2025. Most of you that have gotten your statements from your insurance company, you know that insurance has gone up everywhere. Health insurance, property insurance, all those things have gone up. Inflation for the period of 2023 and 2024 was a cumulative 5.5%. I believe we're proposing 2.4 or 2.6 over the default. So we're below that, which in and of itself is not a big deal, but just wanted to point out that we just didn't take it. We didn't say, well, it's escalated, so we're going to escalate. I believe what we're presenting to you does not impact services negatively. There's no reduction in personnel. It should maintain employee morale and not cause us to be in a backslide that we had those painful staffing shortages from a few years ago. I don't want to go back there. Would I have liked to seen further reductions? Yes, but I think given the insurance bid, we're going to see those potentially during the year this year. But we'll have to wait and see what that comes in at. I'm personally concerned about the property tax hikes that other people have talked about as well. So I think this board is doing what it can to impact the 20% that we can control. So hopefully you'll see that as we go through this. Okay, Beth?
Public comment?
Sure.
Neil Kirk, Mount Dearborn Road. First, I'd like to thank the board for this presentation. It's complete. There's all sorts of information in here. It's very, very helpful to people who are trying to figure out what they want to do. So I guess Beth and you folks deserve some credit for that.
Beth and T.A. Bolton did all the background work, so.
Thank you, Naomi. On the first page, the tax rate of 389 is somewhat misleading because it proposes basically, it's based on the fact that you have zero revenue to offset the taxes. If you look at page 2, far right-hand column bottom, there are a whole bunch of zeros there compared with past years. If we simply, right now, the tax increase on the very front page is 18.6%. This is the tax increase that I have to pay with a check. But if in fact we got as much revenue from these other sources for 2025 as we did in 2024, my tax increase would only be 5.5%. And since last year, the selectmen only contributed $178,000 from the fund balance to offset taxes, and this year I understand you have pretty near $400,000. That would bring the rate from 5.5% significantly lower, probably in the 2+% range. So my request is that when you prepare this budget and actually send it forward, you have some reasonable estimates as revenues, and you make a commitment to how much you folks are going to put in, so that when folks look at this, they don't get sticker shock and actually know what the percentage increase in their tax bill is going to be.
Yes, I'll comment that some of those are blank because the voters have to approve the transfer of those funds. And obviously, we've not been to town vote yet, so we don't know what they are or are not going to approve. And I'm on page 2 for the revenues.
Fair enough, but you need to do something so that the 18.6% is not what people are talking about. I don't know how you're going to do that. I'm sure there's a way to do it. Maybe you make estimates rather than put in actuals. But something needs to be done, because that's an obscene increase, and it's not real. One other comment. I guess this relates to Article 4, and I guess town employee raises, and we're not supposed to speak to that.
Next.
Is that correct?
Right, we're on Article 3.
Okay. Good luck.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments.
You folks have done a good job in making reasonable decisions about what's in here. Everybody can quibble about it, but it's certainly within the broad area of acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Beth, anything to add as far as what Mr. Kirk had said?
Yeah, so on the revenues, page two, this number is only to offset the operating budget. These revenues here offset the approved warrant articles. So in 2025, we don't have any approved warrant articles without offsetting revenues. So this is the operating budget's revenue, to offset the operating budget. And once we get warrant articles onto the warrant, and if they are approved, some of them do have offsetting revenues that will go here for next year. Does that make sense?
That does, but
Okay.
the fund balance at 178 is zero. And that should be pretty close to 400,000.
Well, so when we go to set the tax rate, if the selectmen want to use fund balance, that will go here. But right now, we're just doing the operating budget. We don't know anything about the warrant articles. They haven't passed, they haven't failed yet. So yes, next year, there might be a number here if the board of selectmen choose to
And
offset the tax rate.
if this were 400,000,
Yep,
this would drop down significantly.
correct.
I mean, this would go up, and the amount to be raised by taxes would go down, and that's the point. You shouldn't present a budget, even excluding all of these things, shouldn't present a budget that doesn't have some reasonable estimate of what the selectmen are going to put forward.
We don't know though. How do we know?
They're sitting right here.
I know, but we don't do it until October. So 9 months from now, we can figure that out, right?
But we have to make decisions in March before October, and if you don't give us the information, doesn't it look as though there's a huge increase that will not in fact be the case?
I guess we can respectfully disagree with that. I mean, I can, but, I mean, I understand, we've had this debate before. There's money there, as we said, at the finance, that it may go to a warrant article, it may go to something else, it may go to offset your taxes, but they haven't decided that yet. We haven't even, we're on article, second article tonight for the budget. So we were conservative on that. I understand on your estimate, I could overestimate your revenue to make you happy, but when we actually come down to numbers, we try to be conservative so that you might be pleasantly surprised when we take in more than what we thought we were going to. That's kind of how we've always been conservative with revenue.
That makes it very difficult for voters to approve
I
the budget.
understand, but we've, and I'll just leave it at that.
Seems to get more bizarre. That's never been done, because you don't know what's gonna happen during the course of the year. That money is available to you to use. We've never done that, and there are years you gave zero back. So the number that's without that revenue in there is a relatively accurate number. You can see that most of the estimates that were made are fairly accurate. There are a couple that are off a little bit, but most of them are pretty accurate, within 10 or 15%. So when you estimate the tax rate for a particular, was the operating budget or individual warrant articles, that estimate is based on how much revenue we're going to get in. Unfortunately, the revenue numbers seem to be down. So it's pretty accurate, but we've never, ever in this town included the amount of money that you have in the unreserved fund balance as an offset to the operating budget or to the entire warrant. Never, ever have done that. I don't know where that came from, but we've never done it.
No, but in the past, you have actually identified specific amounts of money to offset specific warrant articles, correct?
That's right, but you're
Okay,
not.
just wanna make sure I
You
understood
can't
the
say,
past.
$400,000 as a lump sum. They are used, and sometimes, even though you have an offset to an article, it may not pass.
Right.
You can't guarantee that you're gonna have any money at the end of this. I hope you do, when you set the tax rate, but that's the time to use it. Not here, because you're underestimating what the cost is gonna be with a number that you can't guarantee is gonna be provided, so, stay away from that at all costs, please.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask a question on page 5. You have insurances, and you're predicting that it's going to be 741, or an increase of $153,000 over the previous year. If I go to the following page, page 6, it says general liability insurance up 145,000. So am I to assume that the other 8,000 is health insurance? Is that,
It's unemployment insurance.
these insurances, is that health and liability, all the figures
Yeah,
combined?
there's
Page
actually-
6,
Yep.
5, excuse me. Page 5.
It includes general liability, property, workers' comp, and unemployment. So general liability went up 145, unemployment went up 2.
Where's health insurance? Is that on there somewhere?
Health insurance is in the individual departments.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, a question then
So
I
look at
have is,
detail.
under the employees, do you know the percentage of the health insurance costs that they pay?
10.
I think at one
10%.
point it was like
10%.
10%.
10%? Is it still 10% now?
It is,
It's been 10% for quite a while.
for a while, yep.
Is there any thought of maybe having them pay another 5% or 10% more of that cost to try to offset?
I don't want to get into any specifics because I don't have any, but we do plan on bidding insurance during 2025. And I would envision that we would probably come up with some options on how to
My point being is,
possibly
it seems like,
restructure,
I don't know,
if
since I was on the board
options, I guess.
10 years ago, it seems like it's gone up at least 3, probably 5% every year for their wages, but yet we ask no more of them as far as their contribution to health insurance, which continues to go up also. So it's a double whammy to the taxpayer. I don't think in the private sector you probably get insurance paid 90%. Most companies don't do that, so I'm just throwing something else out there.
Just a general comment on the budget. I know time is late for all of us. There's always a comparison in the spiral book here, which I thought have been pretty great over the few years that they've been produced. But there's always a comparison on page 5, summary of proposed budget. Third line from the bottom. It shows the difference, it's titled Total Default and Proposed Budget. And it shows the difference, $218,000, a percentage, and then a dollar amount. Well, I think it would be pretty good for people to know the comparison of, and you've already indicated, Chairman Janice, if you don't mind,
I do not, thank you.
the cost of living and all that. I don't know where that's coming from. My social security is 2.5%, and my insurance out of that has gone up also, deduction. But I think it'd be good for the public to know the comparison from last year's budget. You stated it's a default budget. That's true. But compare 24 budget to the 25 proposed budget. All right? And there's something, $642,000 plus difference. Now, I hate to stand up here because I'm not that great with the math. If I'm using the right numbers, I can be, so I can be corrected. But there's well over $642,000 difference from the current default, the default budget of 24 to the proposed budget of 25. Okay, that's a lot, and that's about 7.5% increase. So again, my numbers can be corrected, and as you stated, we're in a default budget, operate in a default budget, but for various reasons, there was back on the 31st, I have the year-end budget, forecasted for year-end expenditures, and there was $450,000 in budget surplus. Out of that, you spent 148.5 for purchases to different departments. Okay, so even though you had a default budget, again, we certainly know probably most of that was due to vacancies. Probably wasn't done for budget cuts in departments. So, $450,000, that's a lot. And you were able to purchase, as I say, well, it ended up being a net of $300,000 surplus. But again, my main purpose is to make the comparison, let the people know what the difference is between last year's budget and the proposed budget for this year. Forget about default and, proposed. Because there's a big difference between $642,000 and the $218,000 comparing the two budgets. That's a lot. And remember I said earlier, you hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. And the worst is the $600,000 increase over last year.
I hate to get too far below the surface on this operating budget, but I just have a general question. I think it applies more to the police department. I see there are some lines in his budget that he has $1 in there, taser equipment, body-worn cameras. But he also has articles in the warrant for that. Why? Those are operating expenses. Why is it not included in the proposed budget?
The warrant articles will include it in the budget going forward.
I guess my question is, why was that not included in the operating budget? Because it had been previously. There's a line in the budget for those items, okay, so it allows you to put money in there. You would think that you would be putting money in that line to support your needs within the operating budget. But it's individual warrant articles. Does he think, is he hedging his bet and figuring, oh, you're not gonna get the operating budget approved, so I'll put these on the warrant, and hopefully I'll get them approved on the warrant. This is bizarre. You could take anything in your budget, in any department now, and take it out and put it as an individual warrant article. Why I'm boggled by it, but the precedent you're establishing here is allowing anybody who feels as though I'm gonna roll the dice because this operating budget is not gonna pass. So I'm gonna take 20 items out of my budget and put them in 20 separate articles on the warrant. I don't know, it just doesn't make sense.
If I remember correctly, there was a discussion, it would have been towards the tail end of last year, about these have been, at least the last couple of years, end-of-year purchases, and there's been a lot of public comment at those about should these be done or not. And again, if I remember correctly, part of the thing the chief had was put it in front of the voters because there has been public discussion about should these be done or not, don't try and sneak it into the budget, but put it before the voters and say, do you want these in the budget or not?
Typically, we don't put operating expenses in the warrant.
that was-
I heard what you said, but it's the Board of Selectmen should be saying, no, it's an operating expense, it belongs in your operating budget. Where does it stop? I just noticed that the line is in the budget, there's $1 there to keep it in the budget, so you can put money into it. The money that should be in there is the money that he has as an individual article on the warrant. And it's what, it's just thousands of dollars, it's not gonna break your budget. It should be in the operating budget, it's an operating expense. Most of the stuff that's on individual warrant articles are not operating expenses. Most of them are capital expenses.
And I think these are capital, these are equipment purchases, but they fell below the capital, so that's why he wants them out on a separate warrant article. Because he's getting 3 extra tasers.
I know, but,
I'm just saying, his reasoning was that it's new equipment. It falls below the capital, but it was new
I think
tasers.
he's replacing tasers, isn't that what he's doing?
There's 3 of them without right now. This would bring everybody up to,
Just on the surface, it looked like it
Sure.
was an operating expense. It should be in the operating budget. I mean, it reduces your operating budget, but.
Anything else on the operating budget? Okay. We do still have a couple things that
Yep.
we need to fill in here, so I'm gonna
Yep.
move on to number 4. Which is the town employee raises. And where we left it from the board discussion is we hadn't yet agreed on a percentage, nor the description of it being a cost of living versus a merit, or potentially both, breaking out if it goes forward, so.
Did I hear you correctly? You haven't made a decision on this?
We haven't coalesced on the 5% and whether it's a COLA, or is it a merit raise, or potentially both.
COLA is set by, I believe, the federal government. COLA, cost of living, that I see is 2.5%. I don't think you can apply your own percentage and call it a COLA. I think it has to be, a general raise, I guess. 5%, I don't know why we got into that. It's always based on the cost of living. It's not always 5%, it's been 2.5%, less than that. And it's been 5% since COVID, I guess. And it may have been done to match the police department's collective bargaining agreement, which I think generally is in the 5% range. But I can draw a distinction between the two, but some people can't. And a question was brought up earlier about insurance. When I was on the board, we did start with 5%, and we went to 10%, and that was, I'm thinking 10, 12 years ago. And I never even heard a board, not just this board, but any board, talk about, let's start kicking in some more money from the employees to offset the cost of insurance. And I don't know what the numbers are, but I'm thinking they're pretty high for a family plan, up in the $30,000 range or close to it, maybe 25, I don't know. But I think it's at this point in time, I think it's justifiable to ask the employees to, if you're gonna give them a 5%, 2.5 is going towards the insurance. Start paying. It's a good deal. And I'm not trying to make enemies, but we're at a point now where I think maybe they should be contributing a little more towards the insurance.
I believe if you guys are still going back and forth between merit and just a wage bump, that COLA needs to come out of there. If it's not going to be a blanket 5%, then COLA needs to come out of there. It's going to be merit, because it's not really a cost of living adjustment. It's a merit raise.
Neil Kirk, Mount Dearborn Road. Inflation is about 3%, and to give folks 5% for COLA is excessive. Social Security, as you know, went up about 2.5%, so your senior citizens are only getting a 2% COLA. Point number 2, if in fact you intend to have a merit raise, then make that as a separate issue here. So 3% COLA plus 2% for merit, if that's what you wish to do. But if you do a merit raise, you need to have some sort of an evaluation system so you have a basis on which to grant merit. I don't know how employees are evaluated, where those evaluations are, and whether they form a sufficient basis for any rational merit pay increases. If you don't have the information, don't put a merit pay increase in here. Thank you.
Any further public comment on number 4?
wasn't here last week for the continued discussion. My thoughts, and I haven't gone back and watched the meeting, so I can't speak directly to what was said, but since we talked 2 weeks ago about, lining up with the police, if we lockstep with whatever raise the police gets, then we have in effect unionized the whole town. And I don't think that's a good precedent. Every town employee would get the benefit of police negotiations.
True. Last week, I don't think we had a tremendous amount of discussion about it, but we did talk about, we talked about the, whether or not the forms that are used for employee evaluations have information in there that we could, in fact, distribute merit-based raises based on performance.
This year.
Yes.
And that was left as a question last
That was
week?
left as a question, and TA Bolton sent us the reviews that are used for the non-department heads, and they do contain information that actually identifies the level of performance for the employee. A number is not assigned, but a descriptor is assigned. Did I categorize that properly? Okay.
Yeah, if we are able to achieve merit raises, I think that's good. I think it incentivizes people to do good work. I think that's how most of the world operates. If we can't achieve that this year, I think it's something we should work towards for next year. I know that was said
That was said last year.
last year.
Based on what I saw on the form, I believe we can do it this year.
It's not loading for me right now, and I don't recall it.
You want to describe it briefly?
The form?
Mm-hmm.
What was changed in 2022 to start using, there wasn't any numbers issued. It was a form that basically looks like this,
Pass it down.
and it talks about attendance, job knowledge, quality of work, team player, reliability. There's outstanding, exceeds, meets, improvement needed, unacceptable, again, determined, and then on the back. Now, Chief Moore also was asked that question, and is it all right, he's not here, he's sick, but he did reply to the Finance Committee when Mr. Kirk or someone asked a question about the 5%. There was he watched the Finance Committee meeting where they talked about the 5%, and said the raise is usually based on merit, while the cost of living is based on inflation. In the town aware, the below is a summary of the COLAs approved by the voters. Town aware, it has 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, which total increases are 22%. And then he took the inflation rates for the same 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and it came at 23%. So he said that salary increases for non-union employees during this period is 1% lower than the rate of inflation. Health insurance is increasing more than 22% this year for non-union employees, actually for all employees. The town aware does not offer the following: step increases, dental insurance, long-term, short-term, tuition assistance. It does offer a life insurance policy. It is extremely minimal at $10,000. The comprehensive benefit package is well behind other towns in comparison. This is extremely difficult to attract, hire, and retain quality employees. That was what he sent to the Finance Committee as far as listening to the discussion they had about the 5% article.
Yeah, I believe the 2024 inflation rate final came out on 113, and that we had projected in our discussions in prior weeks that it was going to be somewhere around 2.4, 2.5.
Okay, he used 3.2. and that
Yeah, it
was
actually
on-
came in at 2.9.
Okay, well, he had
Just
said
so
it
you
was
know.
estimated, so.
Yeah.
But that was the email that was sent, and he's not here because he's sick.
So if you look at it cumulative through 2024, or excuse me, through 2023, going back to 2019 through 2023, the cumulative inflation is 19.8. And the raises given were 17. So I think that's the point he's trying to make.
Right, no, right. And during negotiations, we talked about short-term, long-term dental, we talked about all that, because we don't cover that. It's all, if you want that, you buy it yourself.
Yeah. So the question before the board is, are we going to propose any kind of COLA? Are we going to propose any kind of merit increase or across-the-board raises? And if so, how much?
Well, I thought, we didn't take a vote or nothing, but I thought last week there was 3 of us anyway that agreed. And I know it was said last year, I guess, but that might not be ready for the merit. I don't disagree that may be something to move forward. The future, used to get merit raises years ago.
Yeah. The only thing that's changed, if I could just interrupt, is we have actually seen the form now.
Yeah, that's not a form that ever got merit raises off of.
Correct.
Yeah, that's
But it's not.
5
it's-
items
yeah,
on there.
It's
Maybe-
not that you couldn't do it.
No, it's not that you couldn't.
Right.
And I will, this one, I guess sets on a little bit with me. I've always irked me that the board has never treated non-union pay increases the same as union. And it isn't a matter of police or non-police. If library and everybody else was union, it's union versus non-union. Why is one always gotten a higher percentage? And they have, always. And when we said last year, when we agreed to the 5%, again, no vote was taken, but it kind of was head nod around the table, yeah, we should probably try to strive to keep the non-union pretty close to that, at least through the duration of that contract. You could argue all day who's more valuable, who isn't, that's not, I'm not gonna argue that tonight. I am gonna stand here and argue all day that the non-union are worth the 5% that the union is. A few things that always get forgotten to be mentioned when when Social Security gets mentioned is that 6 years, there was 0 raise given. We went with 3% quite a few years. 1 year that we went 3%, I believe Social Security was 9 or 9.5%.
It's probably 2022.
Yeah, it was 3 and it was 8%, yeah.
We had this meeting in the school over there, and I happened to mention that it's always suggested we stay with I was employee at the time, that we stay with the Social Security, so that year we ought to go with 9.5%. Almost burnt the school down, but my point being that I'm gonna stand behind the 5%. Whatever name, I'm not an attorney. COLA, 5% pay increase, whatever you wanna call it, I guess. I'm not gonna hang up on the word COLA. To me, that just means 5%. If that's suggesting that's Social Security rates, then take it off. I don't care what you call it. But and maybe next year look for a better form and really put that on our agenda if we want to go to merit. I'm not against merit raises for sure, but I think it's fair. Most departments have worked hard to get up to a competitive wage. Now we're there. Percentage of insurance that the employees pays is comparable to other towns, so we start increasing that. Other things are not, short-term, long-term disability and things like that we don't offer. So if we're gonna increase the insurance percentage, just taking away the raise, might as well just give less raise. I mean, when we went to 10%, everybody that had that particular year, everybody had a family plan and insurance. So it was 3% raise that year. They went 10% pay for the insurance. Those people, family plans, lost money in their checks that year. They got less money. So if you're gonna do that, just knock the percentage down. Don't fool around with making bigger percentage. But we gave them 5%. So that's my 5 cents.
I agree with you, but that puts me at 2.9%.
instead of fooling around with the numbers. And that's to line up with that 2024 inflation number.
Just about the only compensation we give our employees is in their paycheck. So if we're going to try to retain the talent that we have and make it a reasonable place for people to want to work, you know, I think we need to make it as competitive as we can. I've heard numbers banted about, you know, you can go down and work at a fast food joint for more money than you can work for the town. That's unfortunate. You know, some people might always say, well, then they can do that, that's their choice. Well, that's great, but now that leaves a hole where you still gotta fill somebody. And if you're competing with McDonald's or Dunkin' Donuts or anything like that, you're still not getting the potential of not getting the right talent coming in. So I think having our wages in a reasonable place would be beneficial to us. So I mean, I'm happy with 5%.
Hopefully, just a couple of things. Just to pick up on Selectman Knapp said, you know, he's happy 5% across the board. So he's happy enough for me on Social Security, as I stated. I'm getting 2.5% increase, and they're still taking, more money out for insurance. So you're happy with that, right, for someone on 2.5%. Great. And the other thing, just to, I can't think of what the issue was last week, but you're talking about money, and Selectman Drury, I have to look at your name, he said, oh, it's only a drop in the bucket. Well, there's 8 million drops in the bucket, Mr. Drury, and counting, okay? And the 5%, somebody, I'll use the highway department specifically, not to pick on the highway department, but they get a lot of overtime in their pay, which is appropriate. So that's all figured into their yearly pay, their net pay, their gross pay, correct? So that's also, and it's a large amount, and so that's also included in the 5%. So they're getting 5% on their regular pay plus whatever their overtime, again, the best example I can give, on whatever they get for overtime. So it's got to be somewhat of a sizable amount, I would think. So I would think they're faring pretty well. Yeah, there might be some benefits that they could, shoot for, I guess. But, I can't imagine that the town employees in general are on the losing end of pay.
Getting tired of hearing this comparison to employees making less than what they are at Dunkin' Donuts. Consider how many other benefits they get as a town employee, including insurance. What are you gonna get at Dunkin' Donuts? 20 hours a week? So you're making 18 bucks an hour, 20 bucks an hour? You're only working 20 hours a week? What do you have for benefits? Zero. That comparison is ridiculous. The employees that are in this town are working here as they either like it or they're making good money, and this is what they want to do for the rest of their life. Because the benefit is not next year. The benefit is when they get ready to retire. There's a big light at the end of that tunnel. When we did increase the, and I was on the board at the time, went from 5 to 10%, how many employees did we lose? As far as I know, we didn't lose a single employee. Things maybe were different back then in the Stone Ages, but I don't see that being a concern. Yeah, as far as calling this a COLA, it's not a COLA. If you want to call it something else, call it a merit increase. And then by the time you go to, because all you're approving is a lump sum. You're not approving the distribution of that money.
Correct.
So that merit increase could be based on performance reviews done over the next 2 months or 3 months. And you'd have a sense as to how you're gonna distribute the money. And I think the worst thing when it comes to morale, because I've seen it, is you give everybody the same raise, and you're sitting next to a person that does half the work you do. That's demoralizing for you. And it isn't a motivator for the person that isn't up to the level they should be. You know, holding some money back is a motivator. I don't care what you do, but giving everybody the same amount of money is not a motivator, and I don't think provides a level of satisfaction for anyone. I think I would rather get a raise based on performance than I would, well, here's your raise. Bye, thank you. Nothing said about the job you've done during the course of the year. And we've had forms back then, that's when we started doing performance reviews, we had performance appraisal forms, and performance appraisals were being done to the department heads, and the department head would do the individual employees, and we'd review them all. And we did distribute the lump sum based on that merit process. Thanks.
Okay, so I've heard 2.9 and I've heard 5. No one... came up with anything different than that, I believe, correct? You didn't say anything different than 5, correct?
No.
That's what I wrote down. So my personal opinion is they should not be COLA raises. They should be merit-based raises, or performance-based raises, however you want to call it, or simply just a raise. And 3% seems reasonable to me, but I'm one person.
And how would you propose completing that merit process? And in what kind of time frame?
The forms that we already have, use those,
No,
no?
no, them, I mean, I guess I don't. Dick's right, they used to do it. I believe I was employee probably when he was sat at this board, and there was a lot more categories. It was
It
20,
like
was it
12
in
pages.
22?
It was 12 pages.
Well, it's because they could write a narrative, but your grading system wasn't 12 pages.
No.
We had 2 board members that year that thought that they wanted to rewrite it, and we ended up with 5 categories. So I thought maybe
Do you think it should
something
be
in
more than 5?
between. Yeah, I guess, I mean,
Well, the 5 is still there. Outstanding, exceeds, meets, improvement, unacceptable.
right, but there's only 5 different things that you're being evaluated on.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's the form that a prior board came up with in 22, and that's what we've used for 23 going forward.
Right, but not raises put on them.
No, the performance evaluations that we're supposed to do by November
Right,
are been done, and that's the form we've been using.
right, but there's no grade to that. I guess is what I'm saying. I didn't particularly like when we went to that one anyway, I got. that one
Were you
put
here
on
in
it.
22 when we did it? No, I don't think so.
No.
No.
And I don't remember if employees left at that time when they got insurance or not. That is the time that highway unionized, because they felt they weren't being treated the same as the union. Because they weren't. It still bugs me. Anybody sitting out here or at this table thinks that would treat one other than the other when it comes to the pay increase. Their hourly salary is paid to whatever your job is, whether you're a dump truck driver or a police officer or a fireman or whatever. Your hourly, that's where your base salary starts. So their 5% is gonna be more than the library's 5% anyhow.
Trevor?
So,
Am I allowed to speak to this?
Are you a town resident?
No.
No.
Can I have permission to speak to it?
Thoughts?
Well, I read into the record, Chief Moore's not a resident either. Sorry, I didn't realize. I didn't know you were looking at residents.
I just wanted to, real quickly, one of the biggest issues, like, is the fire department, right, in most fire departments, this is not just us, is a retention issue. And right now, it's like thieving seagulls. I mean, a chief will call up and say, hey, I'll pay you $1, $2 more an hour, and that guy's gone in 2 weeks, right? So when we're looking at health insurance increase at the 10%, right, we're looking at a cost increase for us as an employee this year coming up. Along with that, you know, and then we're going to talk about taking, and I don't care what we call it, you know, COLA or merit. I do understand, I can definitely understand breaking the two up. You know, say we're giving you a COLA raise at this percentage and, sorry, a merit up to this percent. That makes sense to me. But I think 5% really we should look at is kind of like a bare minimum from a retention standpoint, right? If employee, like, moving forward, right, in their pay scale at what I consider like a somewhat normal rate from our point of view, right? And so really my concern would be, you know, trying to drop that to, you know, like 3% range, and then looking at our health insurance is increasing anyway, which I'm glad it's only at 10%, right? I'd hate to see that increases, you know, somebody who pays for it, but I would just really encourage the board to take a look at 5% as a retention issue, because it does take us a long time to find somebody to fill that spot, right? When we look at, like, you know, we only need 3 members to have a union for the fire department, right? So, which we have, right? So, I mean, that was not meant to be threatening in any fashion. I'm just trying to be informing. So I don't want anyone to think that was not meant to be a threat. I don't want to sound like that, but that's something that kind of goes in that fashion. And I think, you know, owed to Selectman Knapp is saying that's when they kind of unionized. It's, you know, that where you see these kind of either increases in insurance or decreases in your raise, right? Whatever it's called, I'm not going to debate. I would just highly encourage from a retention standpoint, we really look at maintaining that 5%.
Well, it's 3%, 5%, which is an annual review process. The amount of money isn't designed to correct any injustices in terms of the pay scale. What was done, and what wasn't mentioned, is that last year, there was an article in the warrant to increase the pay for the fire department, to make up for that adjustment. And that's where it would be done, not with the I want 5% because we want a higher pay for our employees because we're not competitive. Well, the chief sitting over there last year knew that, recognized it, put an article in the warrant, and the selectmen didn't support it.
I think you could
So don't blame,
I think you get zeroed out, didn't it, at town meeting?
However,
Right.
yeah, it was zeroed out, but it was supported by the Board of Selectmen. That's where the problem is, not in the 3 or 5%. You shouldn't be using that number to try and justify an increase in pay to retain people. That's an annual review process, merit process. The pay scale should be established by the town that keeps employees here and is competitive. That's what the chief tried to do last year. That failed. Don't fall on the sword of the 5% as an indicator as to whether or not you guys are making enough money. It's got nothing to do with it. It's the fact that the selectmen didn't support an increase last year for the fire department. A significant increase that was supposed to correct the situation.
But it didn't happen.
The 5% isn't going to make it happen.
Making further notes?
Nope.
No? Okay. My opinion hasn't changed for a 3% merit raise.
So 3% and merit.
3% merit raise. One raise of 3%.
So the highest would be 3%. Most likely, most people be around 2.5, 2.8. So very few people, if anybody, would actually even get 3%.
Wouldn't that mean that the highest could be, theoretically,
Theoretically. could
every
be
single
over.
person in the department could be $0 except one person who got the entire pile? again, just,
I guess, and I think that's why we kinda decided, I thought we'd already decided last meeting, but we didn't vote on it, so I guess we didn't decide, but that we weren't ready for the merit, because when they did do the merit before, you got graded from 0 to 2 or 3, whatever it was on every category in your, you know, in your review. And then you took that, and you took that average number, zeros and the ones and the threes, and add them up, divided them, and came out with your 2.8 or your 2.6. And that's how they were given back when they did them. That's the only experience I have with it, so if there's different other ways, then I just don't know. I'm just speaking from personal experience. That's how they were done. So we got a sheet with 5 different things that you're being graded on, one of which is attendance, which, yes, you should be, I guess, graded on that, but I mean, that's one benefit the town does has that's pretty good, is you get a ton of time off, so. If you use all your vacation and you get sick, you get a poor mark for attendance. I mean, neither here nor there. You got five different things with no numbers on them yet at all. We're gonna try to come up with what percentage of a raise that you get, so that's the only problem I have with doing the merit this year. I agree with everything Mr. Butt said earlier about, you know, when you're in a large group and you sit next to the guy that doesn't show up and do nothing, it stinks to get him to get the same raise as you. It does make you achieve to do a little better, but I just don't know with the evaluation that we have, if it ready to do that, I guess.
Well, I can tell you from in my employment, we don't see the numbers on our evaluation. So that, you know, to see that you're getting a 1 here, you're getting a 5 here, I don't see that.
No?
We just get a scale just like this.
Huh.
And then my manager says, all right, I've been able to get you a, 1.2% increase this year, yay. So,
We did, and it was helpful because you knew what the boss wanted you to work on. Your appearance was a 0, so I guess I might wanna,
well, at the same time, if you're looking here and you're saying, well, their job knowledge is outstanding, then, good for that employee. We know that they're doing a great job. And they know they're doing a great job. When we sit down, we say, all right, you're exceeding your expectations. You could use a little improvement on here, that sort of thing. You're kind of, we're gonna know that stuff, and they should know that too. So I don't think it's necessary to have the numbers on the form itself. I don't think that should be a roadblock to us. If
well,
we
how
want
do you come
different-
up with the percentage, and that's where I'm confused.
Well, that'd be something for us to decide.
Poor, average, excellent, that's where your 0s, 1s, 2s, 3s come in.
Sure.
Each one of those words has a number to it. Whether you put it on the form they get or not, I guess, whatever. I would want it on mine so I knew what to improve on, but my point is that form doesn't have any of that.
I guess if it worked like everywhere I've worked, there would be a pool of money handed to the department and said, here's how much you have to give to raises for the people that work in this department. And then the manager looks at everybody, does reviews, doesn't hand them out yet, and says, okay, based on this, start quantitatively. I wouldn't necessarily weight these categories equally, the ones on this review sheet, but figure out, okay, roughly of the 10 people I have that work for me, and okay, great, but having done that, now I have a little bit of money left over, let me start kind of wiggling people based on, okay, the numbers meant this, but the numbers spat this out, but people are people, like, okay, this person should actually be bumped up a bit because they went above and beyond on this project. Like, that's how it's always worked wherever I've worked. And I'm going through that this week, in fact, for the
Same for
folks that
me.
work for me.
So everybody gets graded. Then the one that's like a little more gets what's left over.
It's not liked, it's.
It could
has
be,
done-
it very well could be, and it would be in the right circumstance.
Well, then that's the
That's why
problem
if
with
we're
the
gonna do
department.
merit, the
Well,
only way I'm gonna go
saying
along with
that's a
merit is if
different-
we grade each one. That way you go down and you don't even look at the name, it doesn't even go into it. Yeah, he needs to improve on, or she needs to improve on this, and so you get a 1 on that, and then your number is whatever, or 2.8, whatever that number is. just go along and say, well, you're doing pretty good, so you're gonna get 3, you're gonna get 3.1, you're gonna get 2.8, I get a little left. He always brings in the crock pot for lunch, I give him that other extra one. Don't tell me that doesn't happen, because that does happen. We wanna make it so that it's fair to everybody, if we're gonna do merit.
And if that's the concern, then the department head should go through that process and then justify it back up to us, like in non-public.
One way to check it at least first.
There's also another benefit, and that's you're evaluating employees, letting them know where the weak areas are, where they need to improve, and you got a paper trail. If it ever comes to a point in time where you need to release somebody, I've given you verbal warnings, written warnings, you've been written up in performance appraisals, you've been clearly defined what you need to improve, and you haven't. It gives you the paper trail that provides a little bit of security in when you go to release somebody. That's as important as distribution of money. And I feel distribution money should be based on merit. And the department heads, one of the things we found out was that department heads didn't know their employees. They weren't given any specific tasks that they could be evaluated on. They were just, number 1, go to number 2, truck. And it does provide the incentive for the department head to establish some programs to improve the employee, maybe educational programs or whatever. So there are other benefits besides the distribution of money. Fair enough.
And I may have misunderstood, but just to be clear, we are doing reviews already. Those have been ongoing for years. It's just not the money part based off of them.
Anything
There were
else?
times we gave 12% based on a 8% pool of money, and somebody got 2% or 1%. Really need to know the employees at that point. Make those decisions.
And I agree that when you grade it like that, if, that way the employee can see what he or she did good and he needs to improve on.
And they're gonna talk.
Well, yeah, they do talk.
No, it shows up in the town report. Right, it's public money, so.
Yeah,
It's not like
to
you're
figure
private,
out.
it's not like you're a private company.
And typically the pay gets given out after March vote, April 1st, whatever. So if they were done for 24, we kind of missed the grading portion. And if we're going to do it for 25, it would be at the end of the year the money would get given out. Right?
Well, I think
Kind of in between, ain't we?
we're philosophically disagreeing that the form as is cannot be used in 2025. I believe it can, you're saying it can't. So,
Yeah, I'm not, if there ain't gonna be some sort of grading or numbering system with it, I'm not gonna go along with the merit portion of it.
I'd just say, we can have a number system on here, it just doesn't have to be on the form. It'd be something that we would know what that is.
Well, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you wanna know what you need to be worked on? Why wouldn't you wanna be able to keep track of?
Well, I
the
guess,
form has that on there now, Benji, I believe.
if I was to grade you and say your attendance has improvement needed, you're gonna know you need to improve your attendance.
You're telling them job knowledge. Your job knowledge is outstanding, or it exceeds, or
Yeah.
it meets, or improves, or is
Yeah,
unacceptable.
yeah.
They're knowing which one they are.
Right, you need to put a number to that.
You don't have to.
Well, how in the hell do you do it? I don't know how you do it then.
You just put a little X next to where it says outstanding.
Then how do you come up with a percentage number? You just pick it out of the air. That's how they're done. I've gotten them, so.
All right. All right, well, to move this along, I would go with a 3% increase. This is not something to die on for that. It still gets an increase, and if we do a merit-based going forward, and if we decide we can't do a merit-based, it's still a 3% increase.
So are you proposing we we ask for a 3% pool and then attempt merit raises based on the reviews we have?
Yes.
And then if we determine that is not possible, given the data granularity of the reviews, then we just keep it at 3% for everybody and work to improve that system over the next year.
Yes.
I think we gotta
that's
pick
fair.
one or the other, don't we? So it's gotta say in the article, if it's gonna be merit or not.
3% pay increase.
Do we have to say that it's merit-based, or that's going to be going into our,
No, I believe you
Our
can take
employee
out
policy.
the COLA and merit both and just say a pay increase.
and then
How
we-
it's distributed would be up to us.
Right, we could even just say that with distribution to be determined by the Board of Selectmen.
Okay.
just trying to come up with something that would be a reasonable compromise. Get us going on here at almost 10 o'clock.
Yep. 9:46. Okay. And 3 public hearings. 2.1 of them at least. So, okay. 3% pay increase distributed by the Board of Selectmen. So, I'm gonna say yes to that.
I think we should pick a target date where we have decided we can or cannot make that determination so that we're not holding people's money. If we say, so let's say day one, we realize the system's not figured out, 3%, everybody bumps today. If we say, hold on, give us 2 months to figure this out, we're gonna do merit raises May, then we will do raises in May. But if we don't pick a date, then it could be September and we still haven't given anybody a raise. So I'm saying we have to pick a date where we have said the system is going to work or it's not gonna work and we'll fall back to 3%.
Well, the number's based on April 1st. The number's based on April 1st. 9 months.
So
Yeah. And that's why the two numbers are 9 months and 12 months.
Yeah.
Because your town meeting is March, so then it goes to April 1st, which is when your longevity and your other ones get paid up.
So if we do that,
Have to do it by April 1.
so we have to do it by April 1st. All right.
That's what I believe I heard.
I'm just saying the pool of money was based on April 1st. The
Yes.
first number, the second number is based on a year.
Right, but if we decide that we need until June 1st to figure it all out, and we say, okay, yes, June 1st, we've got our, well, whether we do or we don't, but we've got to figure it out, can we backdate the raise so that they get a bump in their first, that June 1st paycheck to cover April and May?
Oh, yes.
No.
Yeah. Just trying to think, isn't there something in the personnel policy that's,
Well, the idea of doing them in
bonus days that
November
are
was
paid
so
out?
that we had this all figured out when
Right.
we got to this point, but we
Yeah.
didn't.
think
So
it's
now we're
bonus
trying
days.
to fix it, but we're trying to.
bonus days are due?
Bonus days are due
Yes.
April 1st, longevity's due April 1st, there's a lot that's tied to April 1st.
Yeah. Well, longevity's not based on the hourly rate of the employee, though.
No, it's
The
based
bonus
on
was.
years of service, right.
Certainly like to have it ironed out by April 1st, but
April 1st would be,
Because, I mean, you could have a new board, you could have one new board member too that's not privy to, you have to bring that person up to speed too.
yep.
You don't know that till elections, so that gives you 2 weeks after.
I guess unless we're saying this board will commit to doing that work, even though it might not pass. And then we'd say, we have at least done the work to determine will the system work or not, and then it can be proposed more accurately in future years.
I will.
I've never seen such a simple thing turn in such a mess in my whole life.
Okay.
We talked last week in depth if it was gonna be merit or non-merit, and decided it wasn't, and whatever. My vote's no on all of it, if it's gonna be 3% merit, because nobody's gonna get even 3% then, so. I think they should get 5%, straight across. That's what I propose.
Okay, Benji says no, the rest of you say? I say yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Who
3-1.
seconded the motion?
I made it, seconded.
James did, I thought. I thought James made the motion for 3% with distribution to be by the BOS.
Okay.
So who seconded it?
I guess we'll need to go back and I'll do it.
Okay.
Does that change anyone's vote from 3-1? Okay. Alrighty, let's see how long we can talk about Article number 5, which is Park Director Stipend. They currently have a Park Director stipend of $5,000. The request is to increase it to $7,000. James, would you like to expand on that any?
Yeah, I don't recall the last time it was, or when the stipend was set, it was probably like 2015, perhaps 2017. This is essentially a paid volunteer position where they are working, the majority of their hours are done during the summer when the parks are open, but it is a year-round position for going and doing maintenance, checking up on all the different park facilities, being a first point of contact for people in town and even out of town, contacting vendors. The park has gone through and revised the job description and has added, I think, significantly more demand on this individual than what has been previously written down. I think it's more accurate too for what they're actually doing. And I think having an increase from 5 to 7,000 is sufficient for, like I said, it's essentially a paid volunteer position. I don't think it covers anywhere near as much as the number of hours they put in, but this is a stipend. It's not technically it's not an hourly wage or anything like that.
Okay. Any public comment related to the Park Director?
Just one quick. Seems like when I was on the board, the people who worked at the park, Chase Park up here, they always got the same raise that the non-union employees got yearly. I don't know if that's still the case or not.
For the hourly employees, yes.
I don't understand what, if those employees got the raise, why didn't this person get a raise along with them? In other words, from 2015 or 17, wherever year you said was the last time you thought they got a raise, they would have gotten a continuous raise through the years. Why aren't they on the schedule to get a raise with the rest of the employees?
I might look to our finance director for that, but my understanding is this is a stipend. It is not, like I said, it's not an hourly wage. So it is
Almost a salary, isn't it, really?
valid.
Stipend.
Yeah, it's essentially an extremely small salary, so they would not be included in an hourly wage. Yes.
Well, I don't know why maybe you wouldn't do that in the future, because it represents a 40% increase, and I understand we're not talking a great deal of money, but every dollar here and there, it all adds up over time. And so I'm just surprised that they, over the years, have not been compensated along with the employees of the Chase Park. So in that way, it would be a step type thing, and they wouldn't be where they're at today, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know if you might want to take that into consideration in the future.
I think it's worth looking at making it an actual position, a position like that, but that's not before us at this time.
I thought all the employees were included in the general raise. I know park employees are. I mean, I know that was a discussion at one point. They were employees, so
I'm not part of the race.
you're special.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I know that they get the raise. the employees. Why doesn't this person get a raise? And 40% seems steep, but what else? $7,000, right? But I wonder if Beth could answer whether all the employees at Park and Rec get. What's she get?
As far as I know, the director has never received a pay increase, never been in the pool with the non-union employees. I'm trying to think of who else. Treasurer doesn't get a pay increase. Select board doesn't get a pay increase. I think that'd be it. I don't know why they've never been involved in the pool. But if you guys would like, next year they can be. With your-
Yes, I think the board voting themselves a raise would go over just swimmingly.
Anything else? Anything from the board? Okay. Sorry?
I said, nope, send it.
Okay, so you're moving the article?
Sure.
Okay. Moved by Selectman Knapp,
Second.
seconded by Selectman Bloom. All in favor, yes or yay?
Yes.
Yes. 400, because no one opposed. Everybody voted affirmatively, so. 6, Article 6. This is a new capability for the Ware Police Department. It would be a detective position. This would be an additional duty on top of duties for whoever is identified to do this in the future. Selectman Bloom, do you have anything you'd like to add to that?
Do. And, yeah, I was hoping to lean on Chief Moore. I reached out to him earlier, and he said he was laid up on the couch. But he did give me some info. Anyway, I went back and watched the meeting where we talked about all these. So, detective, yep. So, ancillary detective position focused on crimes against juveniles. This warrant article would fund salary and benefits and add it to the budget. It would allow the department to have an expert on the department. It is supplemental pay like the prosecutor. And the officer who receives the supplemental pay and training would still be required to complete their current patrol officer work. This is just, again, an added duty and therefore added pay and added training to come along with that. There was also a further discussion on, okay, we're talking about juvenile crimes now, but what about other crimes that may in the future require detective level work? And those would also fall under this person's umbrella. So I think that covers it.
Yeah, the only other thing I'd point out is, when you see this, I think on your sheets in the summary, it may say that it's a $0 impact, because it's actually a fraction of a penny. It's 0.004 cents impact, so it is not a no impact, it's an extremely low impact. So just want to make sure that you were aware of that rounding, shows up as a 0.
Does the word ancillary indicate that it's not an additional position? What on the?
I'm sorry, not a what
What
position?
on the article indicates it's not an additional position?
Yeah, ancillary.
Ancillary.
That implies that it's ancillary
An
to,
additional duty like the prosecutor duty that a current employee would take on in addition.
okay, thanks.
Any other public comment on number 6? Okay, anyone like to move that?
Move that we place on the warrant.
Moved by Selectman Bloom,
Second.
seconded by Selectman Drury. Any further discussion? All in favor, yes or yay? Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes 400.
Where did Jason go?
I'm sorry?
Jason's.
And are the votes we're making now what we're counting as the recommendations?
That's what I was taking them as. Am I not supposed to?
That's what I'm asking. I don't know.
Sorry.
That's what I assumed, yeah.
Like it would be a corner case, but we could say, yeah, let's put it on the warrant and then not recommend it. It'd be weird. So I was just making sure while we're going through them.
Article 7, this is the percentage change for the transfer station. In past meetings, we have not finalized on whether we thought it should go from 50% to 100%. We've had discussions on possibly 75 or 85. And so just letting you know that that's still there. So this has to do with the transfer station recyclable special revenue fund, changing it, as I said, from 50% to some other percentage, 75, 85, or 100. And this was instituted by town meeting vote on Article 12 of March of 2022. Anything to add on that?
No, not right now, no.
Okay. All right, any public comment on Article 7 related to transfer station revenue?
Frank Campana. Well, the 50% hasn't been for too many years, I don't believe. I didn't do the research, trust somebody's memory.
I believe it would have been since March of 2022, so this would be,
22? Okay, so that's far away, that's a ways back. I see this as a grab from the taxpayers, because anything more than the 50% is that much less going into the town budget that can be used to reduce my taxes. Now, I know the argument can certainly be made, and I see that side of the coin, that, okay, they have a revolving fund, and in this case from the special revenue fund, sorry. And whatever they want to use that money for to purchase, it offsets my tax, the tax implication for me. I understand that, but I've always been a firm believer that, have the money go in this case, have the money go into the town coffers, and then ask for that from me as a special article, to offset an article. That's truly, to me, the way that I have an opportunity to say yes or no on the expenditure of something. So I've lost that opportunity.
It is how this is set up, Frank.
Pardon me?
It is how this is set up, unless I misunderstood what you just said.
I know it has to be voted on.
Okay.
I know it has to be voted
Okay.
on, but it's missing the step, to me, it's missing the step, all right, to offset the article through money from the town, from the selectmen.
I guess I'm confused.
I'm a little confused too.
I don't know what you mean by missing a step.
If I can.
Well,
There's two
I'll put,
steps.
there was a selectman many years ago,
Yeah.
and I approached him for the same thing, and his response to me, he said, well, he says, what do you want me to do? How did he state it? He said, do you want me to give that money back to you to reduce the taxes, or do you want me to ask for it? If it offsets an article from the town, from the town revenue, okay, then, again, he would say, do you want me to give that money back to you, your taxes, or do you want it to use to offset I had that option, all right?
Yeah, because this is one article, and then there's a later one to take money out of there to offset the scales.
That's right, that's right.
This is a separate.
So that truly gives me, the option to say yes or no,
Yes.
all right?
Correct.
If he, let's say he offsetted the whole scale from this,
You'd still get a vote.
I would still get a vote, but I wouldn't get a vote to say no to the scales, leave that money into the town, but, what's the word I'm grasping for? I say it enough times.
General fund.
General fund, thanks, Benji. All right, leave it in the general fund, and that gives the opportunity to the selectmen to reduce my taxes. And then I guess my only other comment to this, if it passes, then, maybe another couple of years, it's gonna be 75%, 80%. Eventually, you know, I could suspect that, again, no implication, that, you know, the 100% is going to be reached within a relatively short.
That's what we're talking
Just
about
to,
right
just to be
now.
clear, it currently is 50%.
Correct.
And
And
the
once-
initial proposal from the department head was to change it from
Oh,
fifty
for the-
percent to
okay.
100. And the selectmen have been discussing that
As
we
much
might
as-
not want to go to 100 right off the bat.
Right, and that's where I was
Yep.
getting confused,
Yep.
right, yeah. So I appreciate that, Jason, you're up front. You want the 100% right off. So I,
Basically takes the money that that facility generates and puts it back into the facility in my eyes.
right, I get it.
Hi, Tom Flaherty, Sunrise Lane. Quick question. If DPW director wants to use money from that fund, the selectmen would typically approve that?
No, it goes to vote,
Voters.
Has to go to town.
Oh, it would have to go to vote, so like the scale.
yes.
Okay, so I still get a little bit of say into what happens. And for Beth, there's a $35,000 cost to this? Can you explain that? It's 3 cents,
Because it's not going, half of it's not going, that's estimated, Beth, let's wait.
Where did you see 35?
on number 7.
That'd be the estimated amount that's not coming back to you.
Yeah, so we're not getting the revenue.
Okay, so you're just looking at future revenue, so,
Yeah, can't say it's zero tax impact, because we're not getting the revenue.
right.
Yeah,
But would that count, that would count on the tax calculation?
just to put it out there, because we're not having the revenue to offset now. So
Okay,
just to be transparent, yes.
so it came
There is
out of the
gonna be-
revenue column.
Correct.
Okay, just
Yeah.
want to be clear on what that is. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, board?
Well, I started that, and the one question, the only reason I started with 50% was because I didn't think it had a chance to fly. And the one question I got at deliberative session was, why 50, not 100? I do understand what Mr. Campana says, and you'll probably hear that from some others, and that's just the argument on that side of the table, and it's a fair statement, I mean, but, to me, what Jay just said, you know, similar to the ambulance, it goes back to pay for the things at the transfer station, trailers, and hopefully revamp that place a little bit here sometime, a building they can put employees and balers inside of. If you, want a fun job, should go up and bale cardboard on a week like last week when the wind was blowing. You wouldn't do that for 5% more. So, that goes to pay for that type of stuff, and I think it's worked well, I guess, so, I'd be in favor of doing the 100, and again, it is mechanized so that the townspeople have to vote to expend 1 penny from there. We can't do it, Jay can't do it, so.
Apologize for jumping back really far, but, so 2 weeks ago, I asked, hey, can you come back with some of the costs of things? On the spot, you'd thrown out trailers, and then I wasn't here last week.
And we didn't discuss it at all.
There's just one slide in that budget CIP form, presentation that I gave you guys back in November.
So, so looking ahead a few years, 2025, a $90,000 scale, 26, 95,000 demo trailer, nothing in 27, 28, 95,000 trash trailer, nothing in 29, 2030 says new facility.
So some of those blank years are kind of set with the highway department, where the highway department's asking for a piece of equipment. Because DPW kind of, the goal is a truck and another piece of equipment every year to kind of keep up on what we need to operate, so.
So years, there's nothing, it'll be a loader, road grader year,
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, that's the idea.
And on this sheet, the transfer station special revenue fund is the one, it doesn't have the word recycle, but is that the correct one?
Beth?
Doesn't have the word recycle?
Yeah.
Does it say SRF?
Transfer Station Special Revenue Fund.
That's what you're talking about,
Yeah,
yes.
is that, okay. Okay.
Just a broader question about recycling. Where is it headed? I read articles that towns are doing away with it because there's no, the cost of processing is not worth the cost of the revenue they get, so. I don't think you're gonna answer it tonight, but, you know, there's gotta be some discussion as to where this is going. We're at over $500,000 budget now for the transfer station. Sounds like a lot to me. It's grown over the years. Have we called companies come in like Waste Management or another company come in to run the facility? What's the cost associated with that? I'd just like to see some brainstorming, you know, done to see if there could be any improvement, or what we're doing is better than what anybody could provide us. Thanks.
Not to put you on the spot, but if I remember right, at Finance Committee, you were asked about at least plastic recycling, and I thought you had data at that time for what was and was not feasible.
I don't remember that question.
I don't remember the answer, I just remember the question. I guess in plastic specifically, you're saying it's not economically feasible, things fluctuate.
Yeah,
I don't remember the numbers.
just on Saturday, I went up, and met with, the transfer station foreman, I guess, over in New Boston, just to see what his process was and how he was doing plastics. Got some opinions from him. I've been working with other transfer station foremen and superintendents to try to see where we could make improvements to what we're doing. So it's in the works, but I don't have any solid numbers or anything for you at the moment.
It's labor intensive and the storage was the issue. And then markets up and down. It is worth some money, but I think the total tons a year, what we shipped out versus what we took in wasn't, splash don't weigh nothing, right? The whole idea of recycling is keep it out of the trash stream, not so much to make revenue on it, so. To Mr. Butt's question about looking at other options, I don't know if town's ever looked into hiring the service out, but versus coal mingling or what, which is where you throw everything in a bin and you pay somebody to come get it, or throwing it in the trash where you pay the incinerator. It's cheaper, you know, Ware does it on a pretty minimal, salary range, I guess. We don't have that many employees compared to smaller transfer stations that have a lot more, so. It's worth doing, in my opinion. And plastic's really driven off petroleum fuel, so when your gas is high, your plastic's worth money. When gas is cheap, plastic ain't worth nothing.
Okay. Frank, one more go back?
Yes. I don't want to sound accusingly, but take it for what it's worth. Any revenue fund, whether it's details, fire department, police department, this here, there's certainly the possibility that the heads of those departments, they can set rates higher, in this case here, than what it's actually costing the town to get rid of something.
Not this,
So-
Frank. This is
No,
based
oh,
on money that we get for recycling.
That's right, that's right.
Yeah, this
Okay.
this is the money coming in to us from
Right, it's
the
the
stuff
revenue.
that we send
Right, it's the
out.
revenue.
Selling a
Okay,
commodity.
I apologize.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Okay. All right, board thoughts on 100 or a lower number?
What was the reason for lower number to jake my memory?
I believe it was
Discussion on it.
Selectman Pratt that brought it up initially, and the thought was because of the revolving fund. We don't have the scale yet, so the revolving fund is the apples and oranges, and it doesn't always equal out 100%. So this allows the general fund to still get some
Right.
revenue in from that department
Right,
to cover that.
right.
potentially.
Right.
Cover that potential.
To me, those are two different things. I see the
They are
point. and I-
different things.
And I
but
couldn't
it's-
remember, that's
it's-
why I asked.
It's just money from that department to cover
Right.
something else from that
Yep, no, I
department.
understand. You know, there is some big dollar items coming up, and take a couple years at a time to fund them. It'd be nice to be able to put a trailer on there for zero tax impact, or, you know, facilities are always hard to even get maintenance done, they're building something new, and I don't think it's gonna be a great big Taj Mahal, but if there was money 5 years down the road, at least put our balers inside and our people during snowstorms, be nice to have some offsetting money that came from that work that's done and will be used to further continue that type of work. So I'd be in favor of going 100. Again, the only reason it's 50 and not 100 now is because I didn't think they'd ever fly at 100, at 50, so. I think it's worked well. Jay's used it a couple times. The voters have, you know, they voted yes and didn't hear much deliberative about it. So, instead of trying to mix it up, I do hear Mr. Pratt, but we kinda need to, you know, we've been working with the newer people up there, and the revolving fund's getting better, and need to stay on them until they get it where it needs to be, and not hope to hold something to fix it, 'cause we just need, you know, Jay's working on fixing it, and we just need to get it fixed, and then I don't wanna equate this into that, 'cause to make that okay. I'd just as soon have round numbers, I don't know, is 85% or 90% just seems kinda clunky, I guess.
I think I'm similar there where they can be a double-edged sword, but I like these revolving funds that will incentivize a department to pursue something. It benefits them to do a good job, in this case of recycling. You know, we talked about park, like it incentivizes them to do a good job so that people use Chase Park and pay for that service. There are others, and so if you incentivize that kind of behavior, then why not go 100? If I think it's a good idea, why not go 100% of the way? Kind of to that same, not necessarily because it's a round number, but because I think it's a good idea.
Well, right, yeah, I mean, I don't think it's almost a good idea. It
Yeah.
is, or we'll leave it the way it is, or go 100.
Yeah.
And I just think it kinda proved itself. That was the other reason, see how it worked, you know,
Yeah.
see if it
And the
did what it was
other,
supposed to, and it seemed like it did, so.
the other edge of that is if recycling does fall off, if everything becomes worthless, and we've put 100% of this and said, oh, well, these things are gonna happen, well, I think that then becomes, I guess we wouldn't, if that were to happen, we wouldn't be getting that money into the general fund anyway.
Then you wouldn't need those things.
Sure, some of them.
Well, I mean, you'd need a trash trailer, but
Yeah.
recyclables you wouldn't.
So all that to say, yeah, I think it's worth it.
Do you know what the revenue is estimated to be, or has been over the past few years? I don't know if we're talking $20,000 or $100,000.
32 sticks in my mind, Beth.
That was our 50%.
I think that's the 50%.
35 on the sheet is 50%.
So it'd be 70?
Around 70,000, they're on average. There's been years in the 80s, and there's been years a little lower.
Yeah, it was in the high 50s in '23, it was 59,000.
So
Total,
is
so
the,
the half was only 29.
is the projection? The equipment that's projected to be purchased, is that what you have?
Yeah.
Could you, what is it?
So in 2025, so on, you know, we'll talk about it in a minute, but a $90,000 scale. Next year, $95,000 demo trailer. That's 26. Skip 27. 28, $95,000 trash trailer. Skip 29. 2030, new facility, no dollar amount.
So what's the revenue for those years? Anticipated revenue to cover the cost? Or just
I don't think it would reach zero with the,
The current fund balance is 66,000.
I guess
It wouldn't
if it
cover
stayed the
100%.
same. No, if it stayed the same, and if we got 70 in each year, then yes, it would cover, it would not cover
It would not cover this
next
year.
year, but it would cover the 28. And, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 350, so if I'm, there are a lot of ifs here, man, I should just stop talking.
But I guess just
100%.
to answer my own question, Jay, regardless if we save 100 or stay at 50, the building, is different discussion, but the trailers you're gonna ask for those anyway because of the year, their age, they're in rotation.
Yep.
You didn't do that, they're like,
No,
not necessarily
it's-
figured with the recycling money right now, that's the year they're up to be replaced anyway.
Yep.
So if we can up another 50%, will help, right?
Exactly.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, go for it.
No, I said, did that answer your question? I'm sorry.
I said, go for it. Go for it. Go
Go-
for the, yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were trying to say
Said-
go for explaining it one more time.
It's 7:30, it's past my bedtime.
I move that we,
A lot.
I move that we move it from 50 to 100%.
Second.
Moved by Selectman Knapp, seconded by Selectman Bloom. Any further discussion? All in favor, say yes or yay.
Yes.
Yes. Anyone opposed? Motion passes 4-0. Article 8 is a police career development / officer wellness program. This is Heart Start and wellness checks. So these are two new initiatives under the police department for officer wellness. Selectman Bloom, would you like to add anything?
Yep, again, going back, talking to Chief a little bit, and looking at last meeting this was discussed. So it's two separate things. One is for a total cost of $7,150. The first one, Heart Start, being $4,900 of that. That's a fee per officer to cover a blood test to detect future heart problems. I think in particular, he said at the time, related to stress and that sort of job. The other portion, which would be $2,250, if I'm doing that right, wellness checks, a mental health resource, which are not currently provided as far as like a professional resource. Right now, they use peer support, and that would continue to be an option.
Okay. Any public comment questions? All right.
Move that we put it on the warrant.
Moved by Selectman Bloom. Select second.
Sure.
Second by Selectman Knapp. All in favor, say yes or yea.
Yes.
Yes. Anyone opposed? Motion passes 3-0. Selectman Drury's not in the room. Okay, Article 9 is the standard 10-wheel dump truck. This is fairly regular ask, if not an annual ask, from the DPW. It's $280,000, and this is for one new fully equipped 10-wheel plow truck. So, Selectman Knapp or Director Fisk, anything to add?
I don't.
Okay, public comment?
For the dump truck, was, you have 280,000, was that ever slated to be 290,000 and then brought it down to 280?
Yes.
What-
At one point, the written request has always been for 280.
Okay.
At one point, we talked about a second plow head, I believe is the
And
correct
that was-
terminology, and that was $10,000.
Right.
Of actually putting it forward with two plow heads instead of the one
Right,
standard.
and that was gonna be my question, because when you did year-end expenditures, you did authorize a $10,000 for a spare plow,
We did.
and I get that, but I actually spoke to Jason one of those nights after the meeting, and I guess it's not really germane to tonight, but I said, anybody going down there around the transfer station, there's a lot of junk. And there's a junk roadside mower, there's a junk, I think there's a junk fire truck too, I believe. And I think Jason mentioned road grader, there's a junk backhoe. So my suggestion to him, of course, wouldn't be germane, have to put it off for a year, is, you know, when are you gonna dispose of that junk and get some money back for it? And he said he was gonna probably put stuff out to bid. But I think of the two vehicles that went to the auction from the police department, it was a tidy sum that they got for it. It went into the general fund, and now that money is coming out of the general fund to offset a police cruiser. So he could have done the same thing. You know, get rid of the junk down there. It's been there for years. But unfortunately, it's not working out that way. So maybe whatever he gets rid of down there will go into the general fund, and he can use it to offset something else the following year.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Move we put it on the warrant.
Second.
Moved by Selectman Knapp, seconded by Selectman Bloom. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say yes or yay.
Yes.
Yes. Anyone opposed? Motion passes 4-0. Article 10, the police cruiser. This is also a fairly standard ask. The police cruiser is $84,276. I'll let Selectman Bloom go into the details of the offsets.
Yep. So this is a new Tahoe to replace car number 3. $63,276 after offsets from the detail fund and fund balance. It's a poor note, because what does fund balance mean? Maybe I'll get there. Car 3 is in need of transmission repair. It'd be $5,000. So if we were to hang on to that, that car 3 currently is a Dodge, which in 2024 they averaged $8,315 in repairs per car, when the repair line is $10,000. If this were to go through, car 3 phased out, that would leave 2 Chargers. And then again, I asked Chief for any input, and he said, did not receive approval in 2019, 2020, 2022 to purchase vehicles that kept the Dodges beyond their useful life, which led to significant repairs. And in particular, like an $8,000 exhaust. And being able to add a car a year prevents those kind of repairs and hanging on to these old vehicles. So I don't think I answered the one thing you said I should speak to, the offsets.
That's okay. You
Which
did
was
lots, the offsets are actually in here. We can read those off.
$15,000 from the police special detail fund and $6,000 from the unassigned fund balance, but that was money that came in from the Everett Dam patrols.
Okay. Anything else from the board? Public comment? Okay. Hearing none. I'd like to
That
move
we put
this.
on the warrant.
Moved by Selectman Bloom, seconded by anyone?
Yep.
I'm gonna go with Knapp. I think I heard Knapp first. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say yes or yay.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Anyone opposed? Anyone abstain? Motion passes 4-0. This brings us to 11, which is a new capability of a revolving fund fire. So this would be establishing a community safety education revolving fund pursuant to RSA 3195H. And I don't know if the chief would like to talk to this, one of you?
Sure. I'm gonna try to make it super brief, because I feel like we talked about this a lot.
Yeah, the difference is this is a public
yeah.
hearing, and sometimes
Yep.
people tune in that
Sure.
haven't tuned in along
so
the way,
this-
so
this
give them
does-
give them the high level.
Yeah, this gives us the ability to be able to take in money when we teach CPR classes. Unfortunately, we don't control that part of things, right? The AHA, there is a cost to the cards, there's a cost to the equipment. The goal of this is to be able to take in money as the town and hopefully offset some of the cost of teaching classes, mannequins, and things of that nature, right? And by having that revolving fund, we're able to kind of accumulate it over the years, right? Because, like a mannequin, ranges anywhere from $200 up to $500, depending on how much technology you want in that. And like anything with a certification, every 5 years they update, and then they come out with new requirements. So, you might have mannequins that are good for these 3 years, and then all of a sudden they're going to come out with new requirements, and now your mannequins are no longer good, and you need to replace those. And those come at a heavy cost. And it really, I think what it does for us is it makes it way less convoluted for us to be able to take in money and as, teaching CPR education, and be able to kind of take that, if we charge a little bit extra for those items, right? Say a CPR class, the card's $18, we charge, $25, so, really try to keep that cost down, but also look at an accumulation of that so we can replace these items.
And when we first presented this, I asked, how do you originally get your mannequins or materials?
Yeah.
Because you don't have
Yeah,
money
so-
in the fund now.
We have some that we can use right now. The other thing that we're doing,
Mannequins. Is that what you mean
yeah.
by some?
Yep, we have a few that we can use right now. The other thing we're doing is we're borrowing equipment. So like my training center is actually Monadnock Hospital. That's who I'm licensed to teach through. But so we're borrowing equipment to do that, right? But with that comes, if you want to teach a CPR class, I need to drive out to Peterborough, got to pick up some mannequins, drive back to where, teach the class, pack them back up, drive back. This hopefully will offset.
But
some
you're
of
not
those
going to be
issues.
asking for taxpayers to fund a one-time purchase of mannequins or something like
Yeah,
that.
and that's the hope
That's
for
the
that,
bottom.
right? That's the hope for this is, like I said, it just really clears it up so that in that way we can offer these public services. And, I think one of the biggest frustrations I have is when I hear of people paying thousands of dollars for their CPR education to somebody who's clearly looking to make a profit. That's my goal, is to teach CPR in the town of Ware to make a difference, right? So not to make an insane amount of profit. That's when I talk to the daycares and the schools and see how much they're spending on their CPR, it's jaw-dropping. And probably, frankly, not that great education. That's the annoying part, they're getting basically the bare bones, right? So, yeah, like I said, we're not looking to, draw on these tons of money. We're looking to basically, help kind of support a program so we can start that public education, be able to take in money. We're not going through an association, and, we're really just trying to streamline this process.
Any public comment? All right. Any discussion from the board?
There are a couple of minor typos, just like to get cleaned up. I don't know how to, so, I guess who should I be talking to? Who's gonna fix the typos?
Go ahead.
Okay, the town treasurer shall have custody is spelled wrong. And then, keep going, such funds may be expended only for and it says per purpose, so just scratch the, yeah, and then faux. So, those three changes?
Good catches. Okay. Does anyone like to move that one?
So moved. I move that we place it on the warrant,
Okay.
as amended.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say yes or yea.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes 4-0. Article 12 is road reconstruction. This one is also something that the taxpayers see on a regular basis. The change this year is a slight increase from 600 in past years to 650,000 in this year. And it is being offset by an anticipated block grant. Anything you'd like to add, Benji, or
No, so
Director Fisk?
I'll let Jason, I guess, elaborate on it, but when the big bond was taken out, that was really taken out for road preservation. Spent that on roads that were okay to decent shape. We didn't use it to reclaim or nothing. It's all the road money that the town had at that time. You could just afford to fix about a mile of road. Now, you couldn't afford to keep a good road good. So the thought was to increase this. At the time, you needed around $750,000 a year to keep up with our network. Now, the road bond had passed a number of years ago now, so, but at that time, that was the number thought to be able to fix our 1 or 2 bad roads a year and continue with some sort of preservation each year. I would expect that might need to be reevaluated when it gets to there, but with incremental increases, I should say, from where we were, which I think at the time was like 400, 450, something. I don't remember, so. That's how I remember. Is that any different now, Jay?
Yeah, so, you pretty much, nailed it. Again, it's a $50,000 increase from last year, and we wanna get to that $750,000 number. Going forward, $50,000 every year till we get there. I'm confident in that number for the next couple of years. And then we should not have to take out another, bond in order to, keep up with all of our roads if we stay on this program, so.
I will just add that when we did the bonds, pavement was somewhere in the neighborhood of $62 or $65 a ton in that neighborhood, and it was 85 or 90 this year, so we're probably just gonna keep up with last year's plan. Like I said, it might need to be reevaluated in the future, but for now, it's going along with the long-term plan anyway, that the voters kinda went along with way back then, so. And like Janice said, it's offset to roughly $284,000 will come from the highway block grant, which is money the state gives us.
Okay. Any public comment?
Stuck to my chair. The estimated revenues on the revenue sheet is different than the amount in the article. And I noticed that the highway block grant estimates were exactly to the dollar. 84, we estimated at 286,790, and we received 286,790. And this year was estimated at 283,185, but the warrant says 2,400.
Do we wanna fix it to exactly what Beth's proposing then?
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
I'm not saying not to do that, I'm just trying to figure out where, is this the highway block grant number 3353 on page 2? So 283, 185 is what we think it should be instead of 284? Okay. Okay. Who would like to move that as amended?
Move it as amended.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say yes or yay? Yes?
Yes.
Anyone opposed?
Just so you're gonna have to fix the 366. Do you know that? So you're gonna take out the 283, 185.
Yeah, it would change the calculation.
66, 815, if you're okay with that.
I assume those both would change.
Yeah, okay. Just wanted everybody to know.
Oh, I appreciate that. Anyone opposed? Anyone abstain? Motion passes 4-0. That brings us to Article 13, which are quantity of 2 Lucas CPR devices. These are devices that, instead of manual CPR, these are automated CPR devices, and it would be a quantity of 2 for a cost of $45,000. And this would come out of the Fire Department Replacement Vehicle and Equipment Special Revenue Fund. So, do you have anything you'd like to add to that?
No,
Okay.
unless there's some questions.
Public comment on CPR devices. Okay, hearing none, I will move that those go onto the warrant as written.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say yes or yay.
Yes.
Yes? Anyone opposed? Anyone abstain? Okay, I believe I heard 400. That moves us to number 14 on your list, which is the roadside mower. Feel like a little jack-in-the-box, don't you? Thank you. This is for a roadside mower. It is a mower that we bought used many, many years ago, and we're trying to make sure that we have the capacity to keep our roadsides clear and safe. And I will turn it over to Director Fisk.
Yep, basically, roadside mowing is something that the department needs to do to make sure people traveling on the road can have proper visibility. They can travel safely, anybody walking, riding bicycles, whatever the case may be, anybody using the roadway system. Can be safe, we can trim back signs, make sure everything's visible. There's no arguments with the police if anybody gets a ticket because the sign's covered up or anything like that, so.
And this is replacing an old unit that is no longer able to be used.
Yes.
So it's been several years since we've had the capability to do it, correct? 3
years, I believe.
Okay. And you have in the past rented equipment to do this task, but not at the same level of service that you can do if you actually had one?
Yep, renting it or hiring out, it's just not cost effective compared to owning our own piece of equipment.
Okay. Any public comment?
Yep. 6 to 8 months on availability for that. So if we still wanted to put in that this would offset, the budget by $10,000, I'd like to see that in '26 rather than this year.
Okay. All right.
And I don't remember the number, but at some point we calculated the payback cost, and it was like single-digit years.
Yeah, so we spend $12,000. We get approximately an eighth of the town done. So whatever the math was there, I don't remember.
And then you're gonna be able to move from an eighth to like a third?
50.
Pretty confident we can get 50% done.
Okay.
So what
Once you
cost
mow
you?
the heavy stuff and you get it, where you have it in a full crew, I think you could go around everything every year.
Yeah, so I was thinking the first couple of years, you know, we at least hit all of town once. You get that big woody growth back, and then once you're just mowing the smaller vegetation, you can, you know, work your way up 75 at least %. So
Did that answer your question? Okay. All right. And I believe I called for public comment, but just in case I didn't.
Yeah. Did you say it would be in April? Is that, you mentioned the
6
month
to
of
8
April.
months on
Oh.
availability.
Okay, so you wouldn't get it till late next,
Yeah, it would not be able to impact this mowing season coming up. And that was one of our outstanding questions, was whether or not, if we could get it early enough, then we wouldn't have to do anything externally, so we'd be able to reduce the budget or offset the amount in the budget to that, but it becomes a non-starter there.
I went to my road agent association meeting Thursday, and a guy bought a complete different kind of mower, but it was a roadside mower, and he ordered it last March, and he was going to look at it Thursday, so.
Okay.
Goes in line with what Jay said, if not a little longer, so.
Someone like to move this one?
Just another typo, if we could change the title so that roadside is one word to line up with where it is in the body.
Yeah, so those titles disappear.
Okay, I couldn't remember if they stuck around for just
It's
the,
just for your public hearing, then I disappear from the warrant.
okay, and even the mailer?
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
Yeah, and the reason is in case we change the, order, then we're not, well, what was 14? What are we moving?
Yeah.
We'll talk about moving a roadside mower if we're gonna move anything.
Okay, I just couldn't remember if it was on one of those, like, intermediate piece of paper.
Okay. Anyone wanna move that?
Yes, so moved.
Moved by Selectman Drury, seconded by Selectman Bloom. Any further discussion? All in favor, yes or yay? Yes.
And
Anyone opposed?
I was gonna, sorry, before I was gonna propose we jump to the scales next.
I won't say no.
Okay, so we're moving to item number 6, which is the first full item on the page, transfer station scales. This is a $90,000 purchase of scales that would be installed at the transfer station. And this would specifically be for weighing of demo-related items, correct?
Yes.
And this would be 90,000 with 45,000 coming out of the transfer station recyclable special revenue fund, which we talked about earlier, on another area. So what would you like to add to that?
So we had talked about it before on, could we cover all the operational costs of this scale, by the fees that we bring in? And yes, it is possible. We can do that out of the revolving fund. So if we were gonna go, by an average of what we brought in the last 2 years, it's 500 tons of demo, it's 1,000,000 pounds. So 1 cent, per pound would be $10,000 at the end of the year. So, whether or not you wanna, offset, 90,000 or 45,000, we can add, 4 cents, 5 cents to offset the half of that cost, that first year. So maybe you get, 50,000, that covers your 45 that you put on the warrant for tax impact, and then, some of the operating costs of the scale. But that's based on that average amount of 500 tons a year. I do believe if we do get the scale, you'll see that tonnage drop a little bit. We might have to do some recalculating, but it was a pretty decent average of 500 a year, so it kind of worked out as far as the math. Pretty easy to figure out for us, anyway.
And that was the idea we bandied about of have people pay a surcharge until it is paid off.
Yep.
Right, yeah.
Yes,
Not paid off, because we're, but until the cost of it has been recouped.
You can cover your operational costs of that scale and everything involved with it, maintenance, all the licensing through the state for it, all that stuff. You could, like I said, I went over to Boston and saw what he does and how he does it. And he does it fairly similar as far as his revolving fund, but the money that he brings in, he uses that for some of his capital improvements, I guess. So he replaced some parts on the scale, or his recyclables go into that fund as well, so he pays for equipment out of his revolving fund. That's not what we do, but he does cover a lot of his operational costs out of that fund. And there's no reason why we can't at least do that for the scale, with the scale.
Right. So you lost me a little bit in the beginning, talking about charging enough to get half the 45 back?
Yeah, so it was basically just, based on the fact that we're asking 45,000, by tax impact, and the other 45 is from that special revenue
Right.
fund. So,
Oh, you want to put that back in the special?
just, in the revolving fund, we would bring in whatever money we agreed on, what we would pay back for the scale, put that into the general fund at the end of the year, so. Whether it's the full 90, or it's the 45 that we're asking this year for tax impact. It'll be up to you guys.
And that would just, it would be over some number of years, though, not,
He's saying he thinks he can do it in one.
1 year you could do that 45, but that's an additional 4 cents per pound on what we need to charge to get rid of this
yeah,
stuff.
I thought you were saying do 1 cent for 4.5 years.
We can do that.
Yeah, I think he gave you both options,
Okay,
yeah. But the most
There-
aggressive
yeah,
would be
there's-
getting it done in 1 year.
okay, okay.
There's options. We can,
Yeah, and I thought the 5-year, 4.5 year was interesting because that lines up with your 2030 no facility. And it's like the scales are paid for, we're not borrowing money, but we've paid back the money that we asked for to buy the scales. And we know that we can move the scales.
yeah.
So even if it's, planning or whatever, like, we have these scales, we're bought in, new facility time, figure out where they go.
It's a good way to get this paid for by the people who are using it, not asking
Yeah.
everybody in town to pay for it. So,
That would be a public hearing,
Yes.
Just in the mechanics of applying this, if you have a mixed trailer with shingles and wood, how do you, what determines how much that's gonna cost? Because those materials are costed differently, right?
So it wouldn't be any more.
Huh?
yeah, so we get charged by the ton to get rid of it, so we would be charging by the ton for whatever you bring in. It doesn't matter.
I thought there was a different pay.
There is the way we do it now, because we're charging by the yard rather than by the ton.
So it's presumed a yard of wood is a lot lighter than a yard of shingles, that's why it's different per.
Yeah, different method of measurement, yeah.
See if I understand, may not. Initially, there was a question of the article reading 90,000. That is not gonna change, right? The article is still gonna raise 90,000, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I thought I heard when he said you can apply the 45 to the 90, take it off the 90. So as long as the full amount is there. And then, Jason, you said, in regards to paying it off, your conversation with Salem there, the word you used was a surcharge. So this goes back to something I said earlier about funds. So you have the opportunity to charge more. The town's residents charge more than what you're actually disposing. Right? I mean, that's what a surcharge is. It's a tax.
Yeah, so basically what we'd look to do with that scale is to charge enough to get rid of what we need to get rid of for what we bring in,
Right.
and then cover the operational costs of that scale. We're not
Okay.
looking to make any, we're not looking to make any money. What we're looking to do is just cover all of our costs.
Okay. So I don't know, I'm not necessarily looking for an answer tonight, so I don't know how that would look in a budget printout. I mean, there would be no line in there for, related to no expense line related to the scale then, in the budget.
So the idea would to be eventually reduce the operating budget, because you have lines for your scale maintenance stuff.
Okay,
So if you covered that cost with a revolving fund, you could then offset the budget with that.
okay. So, and again, I'm not accusing you of anything. But then the opportunity is still there to keep a surtax and keep increasing it, you know, over time, even though you don't need it. Well, you don't need it, the scale is done and paid for. The scale is, now you're gonna use the surtax for maintenance of the scale and all that. And, you know, the opportunity, again, I'm not accusing you, you may not even be here for that, I probably won't be, more than likely, okay? But the opportunity is there for, you know, that department head, say, well, okay, here's an opportunity to get a little bit extra money, so let's up the tax on it. And that's my concern about funds, you know. I don't mind a fund paying for itself, or me paying for off, you know, what I'm getting rid of, but I don't want to pay any more. And we've lost that with a surtax. I'm not accusing you.
And I totally agree with that sentiment, and I would go so far as to say I think that it should not completely fall off, but I think we should set a number so that we recoup we're asking the entire town to pay for something that not the entire town might use. And then we say, we're gonna put the surcharge on there so that the people who do use it end up
Okay,
recouping that money. And then
I see,
I
right.
believe that it should drop down to address your concern, to a amount that is then a maintenance amount. And it may not be the maintenance of strictly the scale, but it may be, hey, you know what, we've realized after 5 years, maybe we need to dig a trench to run some water, like, there may be some things involved there, but it shouldn't balloon, I think, is your concern, into, well, now we're
A
gonna,
moneymaker.
the surcharge on the scale should not then turn into this, that part of it should not turn into, we're getting an entirely new facility out of this.
Right, right.
There are other, you know, that's part of what we talked about in the previous article of like the recycling fund. There's a separate avenue for that.
Right, right. And of course, we can't predict the future, you know, scenario with a surtax, so we're, you know, kind of left hostage in a sense.
No,
For
but
the-
there's ways that
for
we
the
can word
future.
it so that it's at a minimum reviewed.
And I think saying it
The board's
and,
gonna
and making sure
change
it's in the minutes and like, it is a political problem at that point that you then have to go to the board if they try and pull something and say, the board in 2025 said they were gonna do this. This is what we agreed to. This is, you know, when it came to deliberative, when it came to voting, this is what the board said they were gonna do with this money.
Yeah,
And then
okay.
chose not, and yeah, I think
But
that's,
that'll be too much into the future, nobody will even know anything about it. History will be gone.
I'll do it for you.
Okay, thanks.
At the end of the year, Beth, when there's money left in the revolving fund, does that amount stay or go back taxpayer? I don't remember.
Revolving fund, it stays in there.
Yeah, that's okay.
There's supposed to not be a surplus or a deficit in a revolving fund. It's supposed
Right.
to net out.
Right, but to kind of do what Jay was saying, how, if he wants to charge just enough to pay that back, then how exactly was that gonna be mechanized?
Because you would see the expenditure, and then, like, to stop what he's saying is when the Board of Selectmen sees the balance of that account, they should question why there is a positive number in there.
Right, right, so, right,
So it would be brought to their attention.
then when that amount's there, then what do you do with the money? You gonna give it back?
Yeah, then you'll do a warrant article, like Jay said, to offset, you'll go to the general fund for the offsetting of this purchase back in '25.
Right,
Could be next year, it could be '27.
right. Theoretically, you could save up enough to buy, if you figured out the lifespan to buy the new scale in 20 years when the next one's due, right?
No, I wouldn't buy a capital item out of it.
No, you'd probably need to transfer it to a different fund to do that.
Kinda same thing, ain't it? We're buying it and we're paying it back, so what's the difference between that and saving and buying it?
Because a revolving fund's not supposed to be a savings account,
Well, that's what we're doing with it though, we're saving it till we save whatever we
but only
spend.
for a year. It's not long-term saving. At the end of next year, if there's a balance in it, we give it back to the general fund to offset.
Right, well, he had two
Whatever
proposals,
expenses we-
one was for multi-year and one was for 1 year, that's why I was trying to wrap my head around it.
Whatever you have at the end of the first year, you can give back. Whatever you have at the second year, you can give back.
That was kinda what my question was, I guess, we're gonna give it back at the end of every year.
I-
Okay, that's That's where I meant to go, thank you.
Propose that we put it on the warrant.
Anyone like to second that?
Second.
Okay. All in favor, say yes or yay?
Yes.
Yes. Anyone opposed? Anyone abstain? 400.
I gotta apologize, I'm gonna stay for this one last one, and then I wasn't
we-
feeling good yesterday, and I got real sick through the night working, and I got the chills now, so.
We have a few more to go through. We're jumping back to police tasers.
I'll stay for the 2 police ones, because the rest of them are,
I appreciate your time.
There are 3 police ones.
Yeah,
I'll stay for those 3.
all right. This is for police tasers. It's a quantity of 2 taser bundles and 1 taser certification add-on. Selectman Bloom, would you like to handle this one?
Yep, so $7,100, $7,150 to purchase 2 Taser 10, and we ran into it earlier. Taser 10 is the name of the product. Certification packages, Taser has moved things around, so that you have to buy these bundles. Their current Taser inventory is going obsolete in 2028. This will put it in the budget going forward. Today, each officer is issued a Taser, but with the rework, this would create a pool of Tasers. There being 10 Tasers for the 15 officers, each officer receiving a certification. So 10 Tasers, 15 certifications. If it were not passed this year, then the chief, captain, and sergeant would not get tasers in 2028, when the current ones expire. Total cost, $11,439. Here's a dollar in his budget. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. And I believe we had a comment earlier about why aren't these in the line items, I believe, what I would call line item 265. So just keep that in mind. Any further public comment? We did capture your note earlier about why aren't these in the line item.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned because he may be taking them out of the budgets to have a better chance of getting them passed on the, that's a separate article. Both this one and 18, if I could take them at the same time. 18's body worn cameras. In 23 and 24, he had approximately $10,000 proposed in his budget for the tasers. I believe both the years, the default budgets, there's $1 in there now. But in 23 and 24, there's $10,000 in his budget for tasers. And the same thing applies to the body-worn cameras. There was money in the budget for body-worn cameras in 23 and 24. Those budgets didn't pass. So,
23 did pass though, didn't it?
And the last year I see Taser equipment is 22. They dropped off in 23 and 24.
23 and 24, yeah.
So 22 was the last year that Tasers were in the budget. Body-worn camera has not been.
Tasers were proposed in 24, in his proposed
Okay,
budget.
proposed. Well, when you said in the budget, I thought you meant in the actual budget that was.
No, in the proposed budget,
Okay.
yeah. They were in the proposed budgets, so, they're not now. Doesn't make sense. It's an operating expense.
I mean, I can repeat my earlier comment. I think there was some concern that there had been concern at public comment about, hey, you're trying to sneak these things in, and there was some attempt here. I don't think I'm going to convince you otherwise, but there's some attempt here to try and be more transparent with, hey, do people want these things to be in the budget or not?
Well, they were, so somebody pulled them for some reason. It's an operating expense, same thing with the body-worn cameras. There's money in there's money in his proposed budget for the body-worn cameras, and those have been pulled and now separate warrant articles. That's an operating expense, in my opinion. It's cluttering up the warrant with articles that don't belong there, so. And I don't understand the transparency part. I mean, the operating budget specifies what those lines are for.
Yeah, I think that specifically had to do with the fact that we were funding these for at least 1 or 2 years under end-of-year purchases, so that's, I think, what the...
That's your
yeah.
prerogative to do that, right? But they were still in the budget. It's just, if the budget didn't pass and you had money at the end of the year that's still needed, you could use that end-of-year surplus to purchase it. So, it's an operating expense. It's insignificant amount of money for it to be an article in the warrant. Cluttering up the warrant. I'm out of here.
Any further comment?
Move that we put it on the warrant.
Second.
Moved by Bloom, seconded by Drury. All in favor, yes or yea?
Yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? I should have said yes. Hang on. Yes. Anyone opposed? All right, motion passes. This next one is the 5-bay carport. This is a 5-bay carport with 1 bay fully enclosed in which they will be using as an evidence and property storage. Would you like to expand on that?
Total cost is $30,000, but given that it can be used for evidence storage, $2,500 would come out of the budget going forward, beginning in 2026, which would allow this year for construction and whatnot. One example that was given was, right now there's a sally port where if someone is arrested, they're in the back of the police car, they get brought in that way, they can lock the door, kind of have a contained way to get somebody in. But there was a case last year where a vehicle needed to be held by the PD as evidence, and so they locked it in the sally port, which made it difficult to bring people in. Actually, I don't recall what they ended up having to do, but, it may have involved having people under arrest going through the same entrance that the public has to. I'm guessing there. So this would allow them to, in that case, have put that vehicle in this carport, but otherwise use it for evidence storage. Also, to be able to use the 4 open bays for vehicle storage, so that like when there's a snowstorm, the cars, as soon as the area is plowed, they don't need to go out there scraping off cars to go respond to a call. They can just get in the cars and go.
Okay.
By cars, you're specifically talking about the cruisers.
Right, yeah, Tahoes, yeah.
Any public comment related to carport?
That would put it on the warrant.
Second.
Moved by Selectman Bloom, seconded by Selectman Drury. Any further discussion? All in favor, say yes or yea. Yes?
Yes.
Anyone opposed? Anyone abstained? Motion passes 4-0-0. Moving down to police body-worn cameras. This is $8,411 for 3 body-worn cameras, 1 docking bay, media storage and licensing for 15 personnel. I'll let you, Selectman Bloom, talk about the balance of that if you'd like.
That really about sums it up as far as, let's see. They've been doing it for 10 years. It's still not in the budget, needed in the budget for transparency. It would buy 3 of them annually and a docking bay with all license and media. And then the note that so this is like my own personal opinion. I think they're awesome. I think historically it was sort of a civil libertarian type thing of, the police need to be scrutinized. And I think what ended up coming out of that was we realized that the and across the country, that the police are they are very frequently put into high stress, no win scenarios, and the body worn cameras prove that more often than not. And that, so it ends up, I think it ends up being a benefit to both sides of an interaction with any police department. And in the case of our own town, you can go and see, the money that they are asking for, to produce a well-run department. If nothing else, you can go and see from the interactions that take place, what you're getting for your money, so.
Any,
I think the cost of them, if it saves one lawsuit,
Yeah.
it saves
pays for
premium
them,
on one
right?
lawsuit, yeah.
So I don't think any officer should go to work without one in this day and age. It just,
Any public comment on body worn cameras? Okay.
I don't disagree with Mr. Butt said. I do think this one and the tasers, it's been tried to be put in the budget. I guess it is, in my opinion, where it belongs, but this was the chief wanted to try this way, and so that's how he wishes to go after him. I would have voted for him in either place, but this is how he proposed it, so.
Okay. Who would like to move that?
Move that one.
Second.
Okay. Moved by Selectman Drury, seconded by Selectman Bloom. All in favor say yes or yay? Yes?
Yes.
Anyone opposed? Anyone abstain?
Madam Chairman, I apologize, but I haven't seen my bed in 37 hours, and I'm really not feeling well, and it's getting worse by the minute,
I
so.
hope you get well soon. Thank you for all your input this evening. You did a fine job. Hopefully you make it home before the cough medicine wears off.
Yeah, that was about an hour ago.
Oof. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, that brings us down to 19 on the list, which is Cypre. This is for improvements related to cemeteries, and this is a zero impact because we're suggesting that the money come from withdrawal of the Cemetery Trust Fund Cypre account in the amount of $35,000. So, this amount is in line with the 5-year improvement plan developed by the Cemetery Trustee Advisory Committee, and its primary focus for the $35,000 is oil mill cemetery, which is a priority 2 on the 5-year list, and tree work, as outlined back in December to this board, so
You read off 35, what's in the booklet is 32?
it should be 35.
Yeah, last week.
Yeah, so
Oh,
that
okay.
needs to be changed.
They moved it to 35 last week.
Okay.
Yep, but it needs to be changed because it says up there 32 as well. So I'd like to, when we get to it, I will be moving as amended. So any comments from the public on Cypre? All right, I would like to move that it be placed on the warrant as amended at 35,000. So you second?
Yes.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor say yes or yay?
Yes.
Yes? Anyone opposed? Motion passes 3-0-0. Okay, that takes us now to, I believe, almost the last one. Last one on page 6 for sure. Conservation Commission Forester. This is a item that is usually on the warrant, and this is requesting $25,000 for the Conservation Commission to secure contracted services with a licensed forester for forestry services, and this money would be coming from the town forest account, so zero tax impact. Any public comment related to Conservation Forester? Yep, anyone like to move that?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Bloom, seconded by Drury. All in favor, yes or yay?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Anyone opposed? Anyone abstain? Motion passes 3-0-0. And you caught the as amended, 35,000?
Oh, yeah, I had that, like,
Okay. All right, Article 21 is employee retirement. We talked about this and said that since we weren't sure if we wanted to do it or not, we needed to at least have it on the public hearing in case we wanted to move it forward. There is a liability at the town level, and Beth, can you confirm to me what the amount was for total liability?
For total
Yes,
liability, it's $367,447.
Okay. And that is if everyone walked out the door and retired in 2025 that's
That is
eligible to
everyone who-
retire, plus anybody that would walk out the door and gets their money paid in terms of PTO and that sort of thing.
Correct, not
So
just
It's not
retirees.
just retirement.
Yep.
And the odds of that happening are not 100% that would happen in any given year. And you were going to get us some information regarding average payouts.
Yeah, so the employee, so after looking at the suggested warrant article, I looked back at how the purpose of the fund, and it's specifically for retirement. So we can't put longevity employees in there, because they have to retire, either from years of service or employee age. So our retiree liability, so that would be the people that fall under either retiree age or service years, is 157,634. And that would be as of 12/2024.
And about approximate payouts for that retiree only?
For retiree only, it's only been probably one every 2 years. And the largest one would probably be 16,000.
16?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a while. I know Judy had a ton of hours.
Yeah, that was pre-me, yeah.
Yeah,
There was,
I think that was like 11, 11. She had like, that's when we started with a cap, because she just continued and did a Dean's vacation.
yeah. But it
She's the
was,
one I remember. And
Chip.
then you had a highway one that was 40-something years.
yeah, but used a lot of his time.
He used a lot of his time.
So Chip, Highway, and then there's been like Sue Tuttle's and, you know, so every other. And the largest one was 16.
And this is the fund that has a little bit that we are,
Like $1,400, I think,
did, oh,
14
wasn't
something.
that gonna be a,
$1,420,
wasn't that gonna be an article?
No, we did discuss it again, and said that the only reason it would need to be an article is if we're dissolving the fund.
Okay,
To expend from the fund, we don't need an article.
okay.
But
We-
we'd have to leave $1 into it to
Okay.
keep it open.
Okay, great.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that.
Well, I will happily skip a meeting and seek clarification anytime you want.
So the question before us is, do we want to propose adding money into that fund to cover future obligations for employee retirement?
Seems like a good idea.
Well, I think we talked roughly about 10 just to start.
Yep.
Putting it away until we knew the breakdown. So it's about 200,000 that's PTO time that would go with anybody anyway. And those are typically absorbed,
The one,
you know.
the one thing I would ask, in the parentheses, the intent is to put funds away for future retiree payouts. I think it should have the word obligated somewhere in there, like future obligated retiree payouts. Just to say like, make it clear that these aren't
They're not optional.
bonuses or things that we're giving, yeah, like, we have to pay one way or the other, let's start saving for them.
Okay. So put obligated between future and retiree.
No, I would put it before future, obligated, future payout.
She did read it as I had said it, but,
I did.
It's fine, I'm just saying I don't
Yeah.
agree.
okay.
For obligated future and future.
I hate it when I do that, I'm like, oh, that was out loud. Okay. Is 10,000 the number we want to propose?
I think it's reasonable,
Okay,
especially if the number is,
157.
Well, and if it's one every 2 years, largest of 16,
Right.
then,
That would be in 2 years, we'd be able to cover 2 years from now.
yeah, so, I think it's reasonable.
If not, we take what we have and that's less money that comes out at that point.
So just to clarify, this is just a one-time, we're not making
For
this
now.
a...
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
You have to put it on each.
Yeah, we'd have to, if
every
we want to
year.
do it again, you'd have to do it again.
got it. All right.
Okay, all right. Anyone like to move that?
So moved.
Moved by Selectman Bloom,
As amended.
as amended.
Yes.
Thank you for the clarification.
Second.
Seconded by Selectman Drury. Any public comment? I'm sorry, I didn't ask for that. Okay, all right. Hearing none, we'll go with the previous proposal to add it as amended by Bloom and seconded by Drury. All in favor, say yes or yay.
Yes.
Yes. Anyone opposed? Anyone abstain? Motion passes 3-0. Article 22 is the last one on here, and it is a fireworks by petition. So you can read it there for yourself. It's for $11,000. I do have a question. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to ask a question on this. I'm hoping I can.
I don't see why not.
Let's ask the chair.
Okay, I have a question. It says that the money will come from undesignated fund balance with no funding coming from taxation. In the strictest sense of interpreting words, is that correct? That there is no taxation? Because isn't the undesignated fund balance just prior taxation?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. There'd be no estimated tax impact for 25. Yeah.
No, we're on the next one.
Yeah, but the way it's worded, with no funding coming from taxation, I mean, they're correct. There's not an estimated tax impact for
Oh,
25.
I see where you're pointing up there.
But we could use that money to offset, which is taxpayers' money.
Right, so it's from the strictest standpoint, it really is tax money.
It is tax money,
Okay.
yeah.
And are we
There's
allowed?
no estimated tax
I
impact for
think-
25.
I think when it has to do with money, you are allowed to recommend or not recommend.
Yeah, that's where I was going next.
That's where I was going next.
And then just to, for anybody that doesn't know it, I think a lot of people think that the town entity, the town body puts on the celebration. I wish I could say we did that, but we don't. It's a private entity. So this is asking to give town tax money to a private entity. Is that a correct interpretation?
We wouldn't give it to them.
That's what it's asking for.
We would fund the fireworks, so we would pay the vendor directly. Would not give it to any other club or group or,
That's the way we used to do it years ago.
Yeah.
And then it just sort of dropped out of...
Oh, really?
Yeah.
We did it
Yeah.
before?
Yeah.
oh yeah,
Oh.
It was,
There used to be an article at the Selectmen.
every year.
Really? Okay, I had no idea.
no, then it just,
Learned something today.
it
And
just
then it
stopped.
was COVID, right?
Okay.
Kind of
And
knocked it
then-
off.
No, then you had a donor that was gonna take care of several years, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. All right, so would anyone like to move this to put it as recommended? It will go on the warrant regardless. This is whether or not the selectmen recommend it.
Yes, just a comment first, I find, like, we put so many hours into this budget to scrimp and save $100 at a time, $200 here, and $11,000 is effectively 2 suits of fire equipment, which we quibbled over for hours. And then we're just gonna shoot it off into the sky. I love fireworks. I will be there. But I don't wanna spend taxpayer money on this. So I will be voting to not recommend it.
Okay, so then maybe I'll rephrase the question. Do we want to vote to not recommend this? Since I believe there's at least 2 of us that are not going to recommend it, so it makes it easier for count. So would anyone like to move the not recommended by selectmen?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Bloom, seconded by Drury. All in favor, say yes or yay? Yes.
Yes to not recommend.
Correct. All right. Did I hear 3 yeses? All right. So just to clarify, the vote was to not recommend. All right.
Are you gonna go back to Article 3?
Yep. We have to go back to Article 3, and I believe, based on what I think I was keeping tally of, that Article 3 had no additional changes based on our discussions. Is that correct?
Based on the discussions, I agree.
Okay.
There's still,
Yeah, we have one more thing to do before we can finalize Article 3, which is we finalized the IT already, but we have not done the cleaning. So can we do that even though we're still in public hearing?
Where is it on your agenda?
It's next.
Is it, it's next?
So we can leave the public hearing open.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna leave the public hearing open while we take care of one other piece of business and come back to Article 3.
Yeah, so I opened them, everybody came through, electronic except for one, and she brought an envelope in, it had my name on it, so I opened it. It didn't say a bid, it didn't say, so, I scanned them to you all and sent them and kinda tried to put a tabulation sheet together to give you.
yeah, that was helpful.
Yeah, and I didn't print it out, so I'm assuming you have a couple there.
No, I have one. I have all the bids here if you want 'em. I think I sent them to you.
You did. I did look at them, I just didn't print out your tally sheet. Do you have it on your computer?
We asked for a year, and one bid gave a month amount, is what I'm guessing.
That was my guess too. It ended up making it line up with like the top row. Well, kind of. I did have the question, do we have to, can we pick and choose through these, or do we have to pick one company to do all of them?
No, I think you can pick and choose where we ask for bids for each.
Great.
Yeah. That's what I would, because I didn't ask for a lump sum, I asked for, it spelled it out as you saw in here for each department.
So you believe that the last person in each block gave you a monthly amount, not an annual amount, correct?
Well, we asked for the number, and you, in the scan, that's what I got. I asked for April, it says, January 1st to December 31st, and then it gives you a dollar amount, so I don't imagine that's gonna be the whole
Yeah.
year.
I don't know, it was also a little odd in that only the first 2 sections had an increase in the 3rd year.
Yeah, I thought that
It
was
was,
cool.
yeah, it was
Yeah,
odd.
2 stayed the same, and the third was a little higher, yeah.
Okay, and are any of these companies our current incumbent?
The one that, the last one. No. That,
So the hard thing is when you do.
were you leaning one way or another for some, not others, is that what you were thinking?
Well, not I guess, yes, but maybe if we could, just for instance, I'm not necessarily suggesting this, but like LG is the cheapest town office, and it's really close there on Public Works, so maybe it makes sense. It's only $300 more a year over the next lowest, so maybe it makes sense to do them for 2 of them, just to keep from going with 4 vendors. And then True Clean is quite a bit, but
Okay, so, I see I have a typo on LG for the first year, if you look at his bid, it's not
oh,
26,
that's,
2640. I have his bid right
Under Town Hall?
there. Yes,
Okay,
that does
thank you.
change things.
I just noticed that, I'm sorry. This is right here.
I think that changes,
Changes
maybe
a lot,
I would
yeah.
propose, I guess maybe not jump all the way to propose, but right now I'm leaning towards LG across the board.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to-
Um, And LG came and looked, so
Yeah,
we believe
he
that their
and, they
confidence.
he was the one that didn't come was, after all services didn't come. The rest of them actually came and, I took them over to the town hall and they looked here, and then I sent them to the police and I sent them to DPW. But the, after all just came over the internet, came through the email.
It makes more sense to assign it, to, choose one for everything, I think.
So the incumbent is $2,400 cheaper in Public Works and about $240 in Town Hall. But is higher for PD and Town Office. So that, I mean, that could be one alternative split. LG, Town Office, and Police, and a cleaner solution for Public Works and Town Hall. Is that worth, so that would be a difference of $2,640 over a year. And actually,
two.
to have two, and, their third year went up on a couple of these, it's actually like $850, if memory serves. $350. Not these two, for that reason. So maybe
Yeah, I would say, given the fact that the out years have escalated under, no, LG didn't escalate either, so, okay, it's not a factor.
So I would ask, so who would be the point of like, would you have to deal with it for all four buildings? Is it the department heads interacting with these people?
I think I would deal with two, Jason deals with one, and Chief Moore deals with one, because they're in their buildings.
Yep.
I deal with town hall and the town office, which is what it is now, and they take care of, we included them in putting it out to bid.
Yeah, I'd prefer to have one.
I don't have a very strong preference, so that's fine. Like, it's not no money, and that if you're dealing with different points of contact, but we are still the town, and yeah, we can, it's easier to deal with one vendor,
Right.
for sure.
So which vendor?
I think LG ends up being. That's a 3,600, so.
Beth, do you have the cleaning ones up there? Yeah.
Not the new
We did the IT, so the
Yep.
cleaning ones are still highlighted, right?
Yep.
So the THOB is both places?
Correct.
So it would be the.
If this is right, LG is $1,560
It's a little
cheaper.
bit cheaper. I'm sorry. No, I just was trying to figure out, on the THOB custodial services, it's the town hall and town office together. So if you're looking at that one with 2640 and 6 is 8640, not 9260. Is that what you're thinking?
Yes.
Not either.
It's the highlight that doesn't work.
Okay.
It's not the pen.
Okay, anyway.
So the highway currently only has 2640 in there.
Right,
So that's the one that's the big jump.
that's gonna make a jump, yeah.
To go with LG for all or LG for all except Public Works? I'm still thinking all, just from an administration standpoint.
I would agree with that.
With what? Sorry.
Same vendor.
There, we would be asking, in that case, we would be having highway bear the burden of that decision. Does it make sense to, we're saying, hey, versus if we picked this vendor, then it's a not quite $1,000 bump. But if we pick this vendor, then it's a $3,360 bump. And highway, that's on you. We want it for our convenience, but you have to bear the burden. So would it make sense to take the increase and spread it across the 4 lines? Especially considering that the government buildings is a drop.
What's the,
Can we consolidate one line for
I
cleaning
was just gonna
services?
say, I would put it all in the government buildings,
yeah,
Let's
Take
do
it out.
it, and then minus.
take it out of their budgets entirely.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah, instead of trying to nickel down. So, 6.
Okay, does anyone want to make a motion for awarding cleaning services?
Did you want? Okay, let me, so how about one motion for all 4 of them? Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, let me sum this real quick. I get 12, 14, 640, 11, 240.
66, 26, 20.
20.
6 and 6, right, it's 20? 21, 240?
21, 240, I was off by.
21, 240, Beth, and then the rest would be zeroed out.
All
Is
right,
that 3 years?
yes. and it is not increasing for 3 years. I move that we award all 4 cleaning service bids to LG Cleaning. That is for the town office building, Public Works Department, Town Hall, and Police Department for a total annual cost $21,240 over the next 3 years. Let me amend that to say for the years 2025, 2026, 2027. I don't know if we want to say that it's going to come from this new line or just leave it at that.
I would just add that it comes from the general fund.
All right, money to come from the general fund.
Okay. Moved by Selectman Bloom. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Selectman Drury. Any further discussion? All in favor say yes or yea?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right, so that motion passes 3-0-0 because there's only 3 of us and I heard 3 yeses, so passes. That takes us back to Article 3. So what do we have in terms of numbers now?
$9,149,089.
2.48% increase,
So
did not significantly change the,
at 9,148 is of the 2025 proposed budget, right? 9,149. 9,149.
089.
89.
Yep.
Thank you.
25's proposed budget.
Okay. All right.
What's the percentage?
2.48%.
2.48?
Okay, so that would need to be modified on the paper, obviously.
Yes, I have to fix it.
Okay. All right, so I would move that we go forward with Article 3, recommending it and placing it on the warrant for a total of $9,149,089.
Just for anybody watching at home, there's nobody left for public comment, which,
Thank you.
yeah,
Yeah,
public
there is no one here for public
for the
comment.
3 people watching.
3 people watching
Yeah.
and under 10 people watching.
Oh, good.
There's still 3.
So we will not open
one
it
of
up
them.
for any additional public comment. We did have public comment, though, about the budget
Yep.
in the beginning, so those specific 2 changes, one change related to cleaning, no further public comment because no one's here. All right, so I will motion, as I said. Would anyone like to second that?
Second.
Seconded by Selectman Bloom. All in favor say yes or yea? Yes?
yes.
Anyone opposed? Anyone abstain? Motion passes 3-0-0. All righty. I would like to close the public hearing related to the proposed town budget and any and all warrant articles at 11:43 PM. Okay. So I believe that that takes us through everything we have to do tonight. Okay, so I would propose that next week we talk about the documents that we need for the report and for the town mailer, and adjourn tonight.
Just the one thing, I have to sign and post the 25 warrant proposed and default, just so you know, someone's gonna like that. And then you non-public 2 hires for DPW.
Right.
You do that at the beginning, and then you continue the public hearing when you have this mitigation.
Yep. Yep, and I would like to have a non-public with Chief Moore.
I'd like to ask one thing before we do adjourn.
Okay? And we did not tonight sign the forestry contract, so we'll
No,
need
I
to do
have
that next time.
Yeah, as long as it's February 1st.
Okay. And I would also like a non-public for the board under L for legal guidance.
You gonna do chief and the 2 hires up?
Chief and the 2 hires first, and we can do L at the end.
First. And then your traditional administrative minutes, manifest, do you want the traditional stuff? I know.
As
Try to
much,
keep it short.
yeah, as much as we can keep it short, let's keep it short. So if there's something that a town department head has that they cannot wait,
We also have to get it posted over, I have to go over, post it next door, after you've signed it.
Okay.
And then we have Saturday, the 1st.
and before we adjourn, you said you had something?
Yep, so just, from the 113 minutes, I was not in attendance, I read them anyway, and, there were cases where it said the motion passed unanimously, and I was going to ask in the 113 minutes if those could be changed to say motion passed 400. And I bring that up now because for the minutes of today, that would impact a couple of things. We were 400 and then we became 300. So if everyone is okay with that change, I'd like to do that going forward. I think it helps if somebody is only kind of skimming and they think everybody voted, but, you know.
To provide the actual vote.
Yep.
That's a good thing.
That seems reasonable.
And I would further ask if TA, if you could just let her know before she starts typing all the minutes for today up, so then she doesn't have to go back and forth.
Yeah, and I put when he left, so then you could see that when he left and now it's 3. So use the number vote.
Yep.
Yeah, if she wants to summarize it in the words, but actual,
Yeah.
suggest that
Yeah, what he
the
said.
numbers actually be in there.
Because someone
Okay.
skimming wouldn't know.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's all I have.
very good. Motion to adjourn at 11:46 PM,
Second.
seconded by Selectman Bloom. All in favor, say yes or yay.
Yes.
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 Motion passes 300.
Is that?
3-0.
Yeah.
Yes.